laughing at us. I see the sadness spreading your eyes. Once we were dancing, singing, somehow it all changed, and no one else could understand.
Hello? Hello? Oh, fuck, I was muted the whole time. I'm sorry. Fuck my life. I was muted this whole time. Are you fucking joking? Oh my. Hi, Fuzzy. Okay, so what I was going to say. No, 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 no. I was talking this whole time. I said I was handing out VIPs to people that I knew or that were because I had tons of VIP. Okay, so this whole time I was talking about VIP slots and how I had a shit ton of slots and that I was just gonna use them on people that showed up constantly. And so I was handing out VIPs to those that already showed up here. I'm so fucking stupid. This whole time I was talking. And I was explaining shit like about the map and everything. I'm so fucking dumb. So as I was saying, do you guys like what I did with the artwork? I made it look like it pops out and whatnot. For example, hi Aaron. So I made it look like it popped out. So I think the best way to explain it, I wanted to have these posters have that feeling where like they were posters you would see in a high-end like luxury hotel where it's got white lights around it. It's very emissive. And I really think I did a good job. And it doesn't emit that much light as well, but it's still really good. So like artworks that have more like white lighting will brighten the surrounding a little bit more, but anything else that's like darker won't have as much effect. Makes it look backlit. Exactly. Thank you for the follow as well. But I really like how this turned out. Like doing this effects with the white light. Oh my gosh. You too, Daddy. You get one. There you go. They look like fancy movie theater posters. I like exactly. I seriously like the way it was done. Do you guys like it though? And I also put the artist's names and everything in here. If I get one wrong, please do let me know. Oh, I didn't even see. I clicked. Oh, I put clicked. Oh, whoops. Whoops. My bad. Wait, what'd I say? Oh, I'm saying, I was adding. I have a lot of VIP slots. Like, I have like over 50. So I'm giving VIP slots to those that I know are active and like show up like almost every time. So yeah. I don't know. Do you guys This is bathroom as well. I added a door for the toilet because let's be real. Who's going to try to take a shit with an open toilet? So I went and did that. But I've been having a lot of thoughts lately. Do you guys want to have real talk? Always hates her ass. Rob needs a sturdy drawing story. You know, I was actually going to add like a furry version of, like a furry posted version of him on this side. But I don't know yet. Hi, I hope everyone's having a good day, night. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day / night. But I don't know why. Just, do you guys like the bathroom as well? It's super postmodern-ish. I could round this edge off a little bit more, actually. I could. So I'm gonna do that real quick. I also figured out how to use the UV editor. So, see these posters? all these posters are one material. Marble bathtub. This place is fancy. I know. I don't know what it is. I like high-end stuff. So to recap as well, I also added like wall trimmings and like, you know, cool shit. I feel like if I slipped in that bathroom, more than likely, yeah. I have to soften some of the edges, but that can be easily done. Do you guys like it? Is it too much, too little? Is it very minimal? You too, Circa. I've seen you here constantly. So, Circa Man 999. There you go. I will keep handing out VIPs to those that I know show up constantly. Very masculine, suits Rob. It's really nice. I was thinking, what if this is too much or too little? I wanted to use like basic shapes as well. So like so I know it's just like an L-shaped thing, but you know, sometimes you can make stuff out of like small stuff. Hi, Chris. Chris, do you have any art as well for Rob that you've made for Rob that you want like put up here? Because I still have some space for more posters. And I do put the artist's name below as well. So like Prince is here. Believe doesn't. Yeah, Fluffy. It's a pretty good minimalist design, right? Oh, hi there, Dragon. You're doing one with him and Kumi. When it's done, would you like to have it added here as well? Also, look. It's so cute. Don't really know about interior graphic design. I only know about interior design and I know. To be honest, Daddy, like making a scenic map is not easy. Like people have to remember, I make bullet hells. I make game worlds. This kind of stuff is not my forte. So like learning trying to get all this to work is just not easy. You have all my raw art. Oh my gosh. But I tried to keep everything minimalistic. You know, everything looks super complex, but when you like zoom in, literally all I did was one square, a rectangle, two rectangles, three rectangles, and that's it. And everything looks so complex, but most of it uses the same material. Even the roof uses the same materials as the slabs. Sure, don't know when it'd be done though. Yeah, take your time with it. But I definitely will credit you properly because whenever I add art, I do like having the artist name below so it can be easy for others to find them. Hi Vixen, you show up often to the streams as well, so you get one too. But yeah. So I pretty much, yeah. I do want to update the Easter egg probably more later on, but until then, this is the Easter egg right here. This is how it starts. All Rob has to do is press on login, it'll teleport him here, and then the music starts to play. I don't know if he's seen it. He said he was going to take a look at it on stream later, on his alt account, but I hope he sees the Easter egg like on stream. We're getting VIPs today. Yeah, pretty much. I think on Saturday is when we'll get the rest of them like sent out. Hopefully no spoilers. Should I just... I don't know if I should disable it or just wait. I don't know. I mean, I do have to update the world because I misspelled Click's name. If he finds out, then he finds out. no one spoiled the Easter egg. Yeah, hopefully. He said he'll be streaming tomorrow, right? We can probably get Xhunt to go again to check it out. So the trick I did with the optimization is I stuck everything onto one canvas and I just edited the UV. I'm not sure what he's doing tomorrow, but apparently he was going to stream tomorrow. I was like, ooh, okay. Yeah, I have no idea. That being said though, chat, it is time. Actually, I don't even know if I can get what I was about to do then. I'm thinking. Oh wait, I can actually. Okay. Let me go ahead and open up my other Unity. But the reason why I started thinking about the VIP stuff and just the community in general again is, I don't know, I had a bit of an awakening. Or like a realization, more or less. I guess the best way to put it is, I have a friend that her and I used to be like super close back then. We still are, but they were my friends before I joined the lobby and everything. So you have to understand, I've been in lobby for about a year now, but like, I guess when I was in lobby more, I kind of neglected I neglected something I had that was like very valuable, and I took it for granted, and it made me realize I was such a shitty person. And I was like, you know, because like after a bit I started getting more free time from mapping again, but like a big reason why too as well is I really wanted to get better with my mapping skills, and I guess I just when it comes to mapping, when I say I'm in a Unity Minds, I literally am. My only social interaction is with you guys. But when I'm mapping, I don't really show up to lobby. I don't even hang out with friends offline or off stream mode. And so and you know, recently I how do I explain this? No, not with Xhunt, not with your group. I'm talking about like, no, I'm talking about my personal friends that were before the lobby. And you know what they all told me? And just really makes it hit even harder. They all say the same thing. They understand and like want the best for me and encourage me to reach like bigger heights. I mean, like before the lobby, Xhunt, and like before I joined lobby. But like, you know, that really just goes to show how much I've neglected like my friendship with them, because they were there before I even joined lobby. And I joined on one of my friends because I promised that since I wasn't as busy with mapping anymore, that I would go visit them. And this person I hung out with a lot too. Like, they were part of like my circle of friends before I joined the lobby and everything. And people knew that like them and I were like super close. We always hung out. We always like, you know. And I just went to go and visit them like not too long ago, I just felt like, how do I explain this? I felt like I abandoned them, and it made me feel really bad because we had something really great too, and like we still do, but even if they like were our understanding, it doesn't excuse it. It doesn't excuse it at all. Or works, but I know what you mean. I'm a chef, so I never really had time for my friends. So I was just living at work 10, 16 hours each day. Now I have like 3 friends. But like for me, it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality. And overall, my friendships with like, I call them Horizon people because originally we were all like friends because of my bullet house. But I'll call them Horizon people. And I don't know, it made me realize how much I neglected them, even though they were understanding that I wanted to reach like higher grounds. And I never intended for that. It's just, I guess along the way I got swept away by it all, and I forgot where I come from. And I've decided to cut down on my mapping actually as well, and make more time for like friends, family, and whatnot. Because even IRL, it's like I choose not to go to certain events and whatnot, all because I'm always saying I have to get stuff done online. And I guess what it really hit hard because when I went to visit this friend, even though they were with someone else and just talking to them, the world was big. But I don't know, it just felt like I left them alone and just abandoned them. And so I felt really bad about it. And I'm not trying to do it like a pity. I guess it was more like a self-realization that I could be doing a lot better, but I'm neglecting it, at least until now. So I mean, everyone has times where your balance gets out of whack and you got to balance. That's the thing, though. There is no excuse for it, though, because it took me a year to realize this. And, thank you, Fuzzy. I felt really bad about it. Like, how do I explain this? Like, imagine you're watching an anime, there's these 2 people that always hung out, right? But then one person gets like invited to somewhere else and they never show up again. And the person that stayed is kind of like surrounded by people, but at the same time it looked like as if they were alone. So imagine someone being like in a crowd of people, but then like their surrounding is dark and they have a spotlight that's shining only on them. I felt like that's what I did. Because everyone knew, for example, with this person, that we were very much like siblings or whatever, like a pair. And I just felt like I abandoned them. And I didn't really think about this until I actually went to go visit them today. And I was just like, wow, what did I do? Like, why did I do this? And it was just like a self-realization that I wasn't being the best friend I could have been. But I got isekai into mapping ones. Basically, like I got so addicted to mapping, I I forgot about like my relationships in general. Like people can say that I'm not a shitty person, but like if a person commits a crime and quote unquote accidentally shoots and kills the person, they can say it was by accident, but they still killed a person. And it doesn't change that fact. And for me, I don't know. And I guess in a way too, that's how I feel like. I feel like to an extent, I kind of like neglected you guys as well. That's why I was like giving up. Like I don't give you guys enough recognition, and I just feel like I haven't been showing as much appreciation for like all of you in chat as well. And hi, Rennie. Like, and people are like, for example, subscribing tier 2 and tier 3. I don't even have emotes for that yet. Like, just that alone, I'm like, why are you guys subscribing tier 2 and tier 3? I don't even have emotes for it. You guys say it's like, oh, it's to support me. I'm just like, you know, and I have like all these, I don't know. I just feel like I haven't been the best. I haven't been the best to anyone in general. And I feel like I got so worked up and like hung up in mapping. I forget that I forget that I have friends that would enjoy my company. I have friends that would want me to be there with them. And yet I choose to say no, all because of mapping. Like, the mapping is always going to be there, but not people, because they can come and go. I guess part of it too is just like I just don't want to take anything for granted. I don't know, there's a lot going in my mind, but pretty much yeah. Like, when I stream too as well, I try my best to make it more personal. Like, I don't want you guys to be numbers in like my view count. Honestly, that's why partly too I don't care about like how many people are subbed or how many viewers I have. For me, it's all about the quality, and pretty much yeah. And it's like that's part of the reason why I wanted to become a nurse to begin with. Like when it came to being a nurse, I didn't enjoy the job. I enjoyed the people. So I guess too, in a way, I kind of missed. It kind of sucks that COVID happened. Or it really sucks because I miss wanting to be a nurse. I can't be a nurse now because with COVID around, I also have lung issues, so I really can't until like the whole COVID stuff is over. So I guess it's just like a self-realization that I've been taking everything for granted, and I can say thank you all I want, but I wish I could show it better through action and not just say it. And I wish there was really a better way I could show my appreciation, but I really don't know how else to. Because when it comes to that kind of stuff, I'm not good at it, to be honest. I really am not. This is why it sucks that I'm so apathetic. I don't know how to deal with this kind of stuff. Every job can be fine if people are supportive them. Yeah, but even if they're like, you know, even if they show their support, I want to repay it forward. And hi, Livy. Good morning. You know, it's just, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I neglect you guys in chat as well. And you know, I do pay attention to like when certain active people stop showing up. I'm like, did I not do a good job at making them feel like a personal, like something personal, more or less? Like, you know, how do I explain this? I just feel like I haven't. Did I miss you? You've been showing up often, even though it's like your first month. I think the more time I really recognize people is when I start to like really pick up on it. So you have to ask me that in like maybe 2 or 3 months. They are pretty good about responding, sometimes even way, but I try to respond as much as I can to everyone. How are you neglecting though? I don't know, it's just I feel like I'm ignoring or like, you know. See, yeah, there we go. I always want people to feel welcomed, but if like certain people don't, if people that I know that are usually constant stop showing up, I'll notice it and I'll be like, oh, did I do something, you know? Made me hard coming to terms with the fact that everyone has their own thing going on. People have, as cliche it sounds, yeah. You have a lot of friends that just like keep in touch with all of them. Yeah, that's the thing too. I try my best not to make my friendship about numbers. I try to make it about quality. I don't know, I've been thinking about a lot of stuff. Let me go ahead and change this window one moment. Project Elon? Is this it? This is supposed to be Project Udon, so... What? Give me 1 second, chat. Why is this window still open? Okay, so for now we are done with this map. I'll work on it a little bit more off stream, but... Give me 1 second, chat. What if you want to treat me like shit? What? Ours. Oh my gosh. Because of IRL stuff. Yeah, I know, but still, like, I do pay attention to when people normally show up. Without a doubt. Any plans for Easter egg on Crumbsarl? I'm gonna add his garage to periodically open and close. But I'm going to turn his map into a horror map as well. Well, most of the time, alright, right. What if you treat me like shit? If that's what you want, then I'll try my best. Okay, I'm gonna try something real quick too. Let me go ahead and change the captions on this. And thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, this comes out so bad. Transform, reset transform. Oh, there we go. This works better. Okay, let me catch up on stream or chat. Text explodes, I know. Oh wait, I'll VIP you as well, since you are a Golden Gator artist. If anyone from the Golden Gator that is also an artist shows up, I will automatically give them VIP, because I think it's badass that you guys make art for the community for free as well and such. Can you turn on your microphone a little bit? I can actually do that, yeah. I'll lower my music a little bit. Is this better? When you need a horror map part, please add whispering, get ready to run. Do you want me to? So one of the big things I was going to do, I was going to make it sound like I was in the world. I'd be like, hey Crumpet, look behind you, right? And when you look behind, there's no one there. Yes, more I could, you might, what? No! Okay. So no need to watch Aika again. Wow. You know, actually people have done that to me. And it makes me feel like shit. I'm just like, what the fuck? It's just like, what the fuck did I do? I thought we were friends, but I guess not. There's something I'm looking for that I bought a while back. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to download all of this again. Magic spells. Okay, I might lag because I have to download all of these assets real quick. Isn't this quite a good idea? Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and import this. I have a lot of importing too. So, a lot of my old stuff, when I tried transferring my 20 or my old Udon projects, they stopped. For some reason, I could never get anything to work. So I had to make a new project Udon, or Udon. Made me really sad. So I lost a lot of stuff that I had. And I forgot all the sound effects I had downloaded. I had to reinstall or like download again. Did you follow the recommended update procedure, right? Yes, I did. It was one of those cases where just the SDK would never work. I had no idea. I deleted everything. I cleaned it all out too and everything. Deleted all the tags. Still wouldn't work. So I was like, okay, well, new project, I guess. You guys can't see it, but it's importing right now. Footsteps and sound pack. Ultimate sound effects? 10,000? I'd be here for some. What is this? When did I get all of this? How many more hours to Crumpet's birthday? It's on Saturday, is it not? At least to my knowledge. Guns and Explosions got updated. Okay. Are you fucking kidding me? What happened? Oh, okay. So like another day? Yes, yes. I would like to get this done, or this map done. But there's something I want to try first. But yeah, going back to it, I'm so, like, the fact that they still treat me normally, and like, like time hasn't changed anything, and they like it as if it was yesterday, really shows me how much of a, like how great they are. My friend, or like my friends before I joined the lobby. I don't know, just, yeah. He's doing a 24-hour leading to his birthday. Hopefully he doesn't pass out too early on that actually. Oh, no, my goodness. Yeah, so his homeworld might be a little bit late, but I finished the hot tub map. It's a bit behind schedule. It was a bit behind schedule because I realized there's a lot more. Everything on that map, by the way, is all custom made. No downloaded assets or anything like that. But yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting for all this stuff to download as well, you guys. I'm sorry. I just have to wait. An Icon original. Yeah, like I've said, I wanted to eventually like release stuff on Booth for free as well. So I really wanted to make all the furnitures and everything myself. Even the new bar, or the coastal bar, all of it aside from the lights, there's like one specific light, but that's because it also works with the shader, is custom. Robotic sound. Sci-fi soundtrack. This is what I want. I guess the water too, because... Oh, it's these ones. These are VFX I want. So after I get all these sound packs and everything should be good. You've learned so much in your mapping adventures. Yeah, at the cost of all my friendships. It's bittersweet. And just like, I don't know, it really, again, going back to that, to what happened earlier, like, I can only assume this is how I feel, but like, it really goes to show just how much I love my friends and such. I personally can't tell if like, so like, one of the big things when I grew up, I didn't grow up with like love and affection, so it's really hard for me to quote unquote feel it. The only way I can tell if I like love or like a person or just someone in general is based on like cause and effects, like how like effects from it. Like if my heart feels heavy when I'm not with them, like does my chest tighten up when I'm near them? Do I feel like I'm on cloud 9? That's basically how I can tell. Like, but beyond that, I grew up with nothing but hatred and like depression in my life. So I grew up really apathetic at first, you know. But pretty much yeah. And the fact that I like had this like self-realization and just realized how much I missed them really speaks a lot for me personally. Sorry, I'm actually doing something as well. It's just downloading. It doesn't show the importing screen, but it's actually importing a whole ton of stuff. I'm not always good at showing emotions. For me, it was very difficult. It's very. I mean, when it comes to. How do I explain this? As stupid as it sounds, the best way to explain it is the reason why I'm able to show expression is because I think of it like. I think of it like this. If I was a normal person, this is how I would probably normally react. So I go based off that, then I get angry. So like, say if something gets me mad, me personally, I wouldn't care for the most part. But like, when it comes down to it, I'm a very not like how do I explain this? Like not in a bad way, but I guess I wear a smile often a lot, but it's sometimes or most of the time it's not really how I feel. To me, I guess the best way to explain it would be if you were actually to, I'd say, see me when I'm by myself, which is when I would be most true to myself. I would just have like this face with no expression at all. Just you know, that's not uncommon. Like if someone wanted me to like have a one-on-one serious discussion, and I've done this like only a few times, but like my tone changes and everything, and I guess how do I explain this? I take it serious, and like everything that they thought about me completely thrown out the window because like you want to have a serious discussion one on one, then yeah. Until then, it's like I'm usually this carefree person that kind of wears a smile, not like in a bad way. Like I'm not like depressed or anything. I just wear a smile because I wouldn't normally know how to. Hmm, I guess more or less the way I see it, it's like it's more troublesome when people constantly ask me if I'm okay. So I wear this like the smile or carefree attitude more or less, so that I don't have to worry about people. I don't have to make people worried about me, even though I know I'm fine. You know, it's like I'm completely fine. Yeah, like I'm not holding back emotions or anything like that. It's just normally I'm not. I'm honestly just not expressive or outgoing. I'm really to myself. So like I'm not like lying about how I feel. It's just it's too bothersome when people are constantly asking me, "Are you okay, Aika? Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it." Because at that point, if I keep getting asked, then it'll piss me off, and I'll be like, "Dude, it's annoying. Stop." But I do appreciate that people do check in on me and everything. So there's that as well. Okay, I'm almost done downloading everything, and I'll show you guys what I'm trying to do. I have to download two more after this one, and I should be good. actually, I should only have one. I need to down. Have you beat Magna Mala? No, I got. It turned into bestiality, and I got fucked. I almost beat it though. Off stream, I almost beat it, but then I still got fucked. I guess too, another thing I do have to think about, because again, I do notice when the normals, like the regulars of the stream, don't show up. I have to remember holidays are coming up as well, so a lot of people are probably going to be busy. What is this? What is this routine? What? What? What is that? What? Is that how you want me to do it? You never responded to how you want. What? Yeah, so no need to blame yourself for neglecting chat. I mean, I treat you all as as a single entity, but I also care about you all individually as well. You guys aren't numbers to me. You guys aren't just like any other viewers. Like if I know stuff is up, I will take my time. I will make the effort to go and check on you guys. Like even in other people's chat, I do pay attention. I pay attention to like all the regulars. There's like one person, for example, in Rob's chat. It's so funny every time I see him, because I know he's going to go against the flow of everything. So whenever some like loot thing is happening on stream, for example on Rob's chat, but everyone does the booba emote, right? But there's always that one person. His name is Yosh-sun. Hi, Adzi. His name is Yosh. I think, is that how you pronounce his name? Like Yosh-sun? And he'll always, in the sea of booba, he'll respond with like Raffle Gator no wave. And it will be like like, what are you doing, Mr. Roberto? Or like it's so funny. I always laugh at it. Honestly, I think you're fine. I enjoy my time when I am here. You really are funny and enjoyable. Just a weird time frame for me to watch sometimes. Oh yeah, I know. Me beating on Italy's times. I know my schedule's pretty much everywhere. He uses emotes that people rarely use. It's so funny though. And I always see him go like, "Good grief, Mr. Roberto." I'm like, what? It's just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, I tend to catch you before I sleep. I know, I'm sorry, my schedule's like a bit everywhere. Okay, let's try this real quick. Let's see, how do I do this? So this is the forward jump post. I have to fix this. One more? Oh my gosh. What is that? What is that? Your stream degen hours. I've seen you here as well often too, so I'll VIP you as well. And see, bye. Nice that I can get lullaby before I go to sleep here. Quite useful. I'm glad. Okay, let's see. How do I do this again? Let's see. First I need to replicate this. All player joined. I think I'll have to repeat this. I'm just thinking, one moment. If I... Is valid. Okay, I think I know how to do this. Did I spell this correctly? Designator. I did, okay. So then I would... I need to clone this. That's a signer. This thing's on loop for 15 minutes. Oh my gosh, I'm changing it. All these musics are on loop. I need to change this. I can't. As much as I love PGR, I need to change it. Okay, it should be good. Okay, so if I get this to assign effects, set owner, and hi Finster, how are you? Did you get new emotes, Fuzzy? They look so cute. Definitely an upgrade as well compared to your previous ones. Okay, let's see. If true, if try to spawn, if... Okay, Finster. Is that what you wanted to do? You wanted to come all over me? Oh, thank you for the follow. What an odd timing for you to show up. Okay, transform, no, set position and rotation. Nice. Okay. Excuse me. Fuck. Get transform from here. We are setting that. Get owner. Get position. I hope this works. I don't know if it'll work. Get rotation. Oh. And I could already set something lewd. What the fuck? I was just responding to something. Oh wait, you two show up often too. I also feel like you're going to show up a lot, so I'll just give you VIP as well actually. So duels. Boom. Give you one. Boom. you. How to? How many underscores do you have? Boom. You got auto modded for that? What the fuck? What did you? I'm sorry about that, Kaito Cat. 11 messages deleted? Oh my gosh. I don't know why you got auto modded. What did you write? Yeah, I have like 100 VIP slots now, so I'm giving out VIP slots. I only had like 45 people VIP'd, literally. How do I do this? On-player joined. Does okay. Okay, I know how to set this up. Next stream is 3 mod titles for chat. Oh my gosh. Okay, I know how to do this. This is a little bit confusing for me to set up. Is valid. Is owner. Okay, so we can get rid of this one. I rebel, hack the VIPs. Too late. You're already VIP. Does anyone know if this try to spawn is local or global? Yeah, I pretty much did that. How do I do this? I forged. It's global? Okay, so I'm gonna have to set this up a little bit differently. Let's do it like this. Custom event, we'll call this spawn effects. I want to show you guys, or I want to show you guys what I'm exactly doing. So what we can do then is this. First, we'll check if it's valid or not. And then what we'll do next is first we'll go ahead and set this. We'll make it so that the local player takes ownership of this object. Then, for like the song, I like to sign effects. Then oh yes, I see. I have no clue. Basically, I need someone to take ownership of an object real quick. So it's valid. So yes, this will always need to be here. So I can continue it. Then we are going to get owner. So the player is going to take ownership of whatever it is I'm spawning in. Then from there, they are going to change the location to wherever they are. So this should hopefully work. And I can actually get rid of all this as well. Player effects. So oh no. Did I? Oh, I edited the wrong one. Are you kidding me? Oops. I have to fix all this. Hey, no I didn't, did I? Effects designer. Oh no, this was right. Oh no, I destroyed this graph. Oops. Why did it edit this one? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
Oh, don't rip my hymen too hard.
Hi, told us. Thank you for 6 months as well. Okay, I had to go back through VOD real quick to see how I destroyed this. Here, you get this as well. But thank you for 6 months. Are you... I blew this up. Oh no, here. It's safe here. It's safe here. Or is it? Yeah, I think this should be the safe one. On player join. I'm gonna look back through the VOD real quick. Let me go here, here. Mapping and relaxing. Okay, here it is. Give me 1 second, chat. Channel. 6 months. Okay. So let me go ahead and move this real quick. Text designer. Okay, that's good. I'll go back to my clear data signer. On player join. Get local player. Networking is owner. How far did I mess this up? So I'm looking. This is the player data. This is how it's supposed to be? What? Okay. On player joined. Yeah, I messed this up completely. This is my object assigner. Hello? Let's see. Valid, networking. valid. Let's add a branch. Give me 1 second, chat. I am fixing this because I blew this up by accident. If you try to spawn, gotta do this. If it is active, this object. I'm gonna go ahead and get this. Hi, thank you for follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay. And I think that should work again. Because it's checking. Okay, so when a player joins, it checks if they are the owner of this. Oh, so what it's doing is checking if there is a master. If there is a master, then it'll spawn the object and assign the owner for them. So let me go ahead and close these 2 items real quick. Okay, and okay, I got it working. Reminder not to touch this one. Oops. Alright, chat. So, now, let me make sure this is okay. Okay. So now what I was trying to do is this. Okay, so now, so what I have to do here is, first I need to make sure the local player is valid. Then I set them as the owner of this object. Then I go on a public scale or a public level and make sure the object is valid. If it's valid, then I will make them set the owner as well by pulling their ownership of this object, and I'll pull whatever is spawned and set it to me. So now if I remember how to do this, I'm gonna get my receiver. How difficult is it to learn Udon? I haven't messed with it yet, but I have previous experience with programming. It's really easy. I would say if I would say how to explain this. If you're really good with your coding, I would say learn Udon Sharp. For me, I stick with Udon primarily because I'm more used to, I like having the visual. Having a visual is just a lot easier for me. So it really depends on you as well in the end. Aaron owns like, oh my gosh. Input use. So we're gonna add on to this as well. RC, no, udon behavior. Target effects.
ご機嫌うるわしゅ
Hi, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Okay, so now what we're gonna do, chat, is this. We're gonna make sure this is spawned in. Put this here. Send custom event. Spawn effects. So when you spawn effects, you go through this and you take ownership. Tell me why. We're almost there, chat. Soon I will show you guys what I'm doing. Take more notes. Take more notes. Damn it! I slammed my desk. I love this. I didn't make the Tasha again. Nation brings me down to you. Tell me why. This light is so bright too. I need to, let's see, window, light explorer. How do I change the lighting? What a good idea. What a good question. This? Okay, this works. Okay, will this be in the test? Yes. This is on the test, that's on the test, but surprise! The thing that the test answer is actually not something you studied on, because the test relies on implied answers. So yeah, you get an F. I hate that shit. Oh my gosh. You know, when I went to college, you had to study, right? And they would tell you study all of this, but none of that shit would be on the test. You have to infer the fucking answer. And I'm like, what is this bullshit? Do you like, why? I hate that shit. I'll be honest. That was the most annoying shit ever I've had to deal with. Inferred implied answer. Like, what? I didn't study to become a theorist. I studied because I needed practice on something that was already proven. Like, wait, they don't, so they remove marks? I know. Oh, I hate that shit. You're dealing with it right now? Oh my goodness. Godspeed, that trick. Godspeed. Is that all you think, Finster? You're not done? Do I have to do this? Have you come yet? Are you satisfied? Look, I'm shaking as fast as I can. My favorite was losing. Oh, right. My favorite was losing marks for not writing my name in a specific spot. Oh, that shit was so annoying. I've had that happen too, actually. Oh my gosh. OMG, this is the first time I'm seeing this. Yep, it'd be like that. Okay. This changes something more English. Delayed return. Okay, let's see. First, I need to make sure this works. I remember in math class I'd spend 10 minutes doing a question, then my answer wouldn't be any of the options. And that was so I remember that too. So, you know, I had to take organic and organic chemistry was the worst. If you have to take organic chemistry, I applaud you. I had to learn physics alongside. So I had to learn the angles of like electrons and like when light shined on one side of a molecule or electron, it would be called one name. If it was on another side, it'd be called a different name. I'm just like okay, it looks like the spawner. Oh, there's been an issue. They didn't respawn or effects. Oh, because there's no. Okay. Let's put this here. Let's put this here. Effects. Effects. It sounds like a Vsauce. There's like it was an actual thing too, which is the worst part. Like for the name of how an object would, or like the angle of light. It's a long. Oh my goodness. Like, delayed return. Let's see. Okay, this should be good. So what the fuck? It's all about the angle. No, like I kid you not, it was an actual thing. I forgot what we call it though. Okay, so that spawned there. It should. Why is it not despawning? I'm using the wrong thing. It shouldn't be this. This is for players. Whoops. I caught myself. That spawn refers to players and not the object itself. Good catch, chat. You guys got A+. That was a pop quiz, by the way. pop quiz. Yes, yes. So when this object spawns, it'll delete. Oh, it goes through all the objects. Okay, okay. Okay, so to give you an idea of what I'm trying to do now, I'll show you this. I gotta head to class now, but have fun everyone. Take care, Death Trips. Thanks for dropping by. I think after this, let's go start. Oh, I'm gonna have to start a whole new project though for this. That shouldn't be it shouldn't be an issue. So we're gonna start on Crumpet's map. Oh, what time do I have? Today's a bit of a short stream. So I think on Saturday I'll show everything off. I still have time to stream. Okay. Okay, so this is what should happen now, chat. Watch. When I teleport forward. Oh, it didn't work. Well, this is. Oh, it did work now. So whenever I teleport now, an explosion appears in front, but it's not doing it right now. Why it's not doing it is beyond me. What's going on? Tell me your secrets. Tell me your fucking secrets, chat. Play on awake. So why are you not working? So whenever I teleport in that new location should be the effects, which is not working. Oh, there we go. How cool is that? So if I go back, boom. If I go forward, getting this to work is like sec tree. Oh, what? So teleport, boom, teleport, bam, bam. It's so anime. Oh my gosh, chat. If anything too, I can set it up a little bit different. I don't have to necessarily pull from an object pool, since everything is going to be tied to run rig. But yeah, this is the basic idea, and if I give it like sound effects, it would look really cool. So I wonder if I have a cool sound effect for it. Let's see. Maybe I might have something with like explosions. Sci-fi sounds. You really want to get into map making one day? It's really fun. Well, once you start getting the hang of it, it's. I love map making. I really want to. I'm trying to finish everything as fast as possible too, so I can start working on my I can focus fully on my bullet hell maps. But yeah. Guns and explosions. This might be loud, so I do apologize. Oh, hi there. Thank you for 3 months. I greatly appreciate it. You know, I don't really see you cheat Suisses. I don't really see you talk in chat often, but you're more than likely you're a lurker. Though I don't mind it. I just hope you're enjoying your stay. Really fun until Windows decided to update. That's true. I do sometimes. I try to remember everyone. Let's see. What kind of explosions do I want? This one? No. But thank you again. Flare explosion? Sci-fi explosion? Sci-fi explosion. These aren't good. They don't get that magic. Casting loops? Fire, ice. What is this? Oh, these are cool. Elemental. Look at the way they typed it. Elemental skulls. Skulls. Skulls, chat. Skulls. This one. Oh, wait. Okay, arcane spell 4. That one. That sounds nice. Okay, so watch this. Watch this. Okay, we'll hold this for now. No. 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 No, that does not work well. Parts? I don't think anything's gonna beat that. Trumpet? Wait, that sounds sick. I really miss Aika 5 heading while chat goes, No. No. I don't think anything's gonna beat that arcane spell. No. Whoa. I'm sticking something long, hard, and big into me. What? Thank you, Titus, for gifting that to Vixen. I greatly appreciate it. I've seen you around often too, Titus. So, here you go. I still have a lot of VIP slots, so. Thank you again, Titus. I greatly appreciate it. Okay, I don't think it's gonna get any better than that, so let's go ahead and slap this here. Wrong one. Let's go ahead and slap this here. Game objects. I don't have to worry about naming conventions at the moment. So let's go and switch this to 1. It's gonna be login. Oh my goodness. It's gifting tier 1 subs. It's the first time. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Atsi. I greatly appreciate it. I sit on your lap and I press my forehead against yours and I smile and say, thank you very much. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Your first time with me. Oh. I should really remove all the generic sub notifications and keep only the icon ones enabled. They're too much fun. Your boners are so hard. Look how erect and stiff they are. Okay, Titus. Okay. Thank you very much for giving that to Kaito Cat as well. I greatly appreciate it. Apparently there's a ton of new notification subs, but I don't know not even I know what they are. TBH. Why did my music pause? It paused. Okay, let me go ahead and fix this real quick. Let's put this to 3D. Let's put this to 499.
よろしくお願いします。
I think I set this up to 120 last time, or 180. Oh my gosh! You too told us. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, you guys are so nice to me. I greatly appreciate it. The music notes and stuff for alerts. Yeah, I actually don't know what all the sub notifications are, but apparently they're all the hentai quotes I read off from a few streams back. Okay, well, it's a good thing the sound is off as well. I want to test this real quick. Oh, if this comes out so well, Thou did a mighty good job. He does an amazing job every time. Okay, let's see. That is so cool. Oh my. Wait. Let's increase the range. Okay. Um, it was this one. That was so cool. Let's set this up to a multiplier of 2 because this works based on floats. So if I do anything greater, it might be a huge impact. That sounded sick. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Okay, let's see. Oh my gosh. Damn, that sounds nice. Okay, let me increase. Where is it? Let's set this to 1.5. Let's also increase the effects a little bit more to maybe 5. I think 5 should work well. Oh my gosh, even the sound with it and effects, like I haven't customized this the skill effect yet either. Imagine this in Bricktown when people have like powers, or like Curry Games has this and he just teleports fucking right at you. He's just like, the fuck you say me? He's like, he teleports right in front of you. So there's about, okay, let's see. We can decrease this to about 1 second. Personal KDI. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, how cool would this be? Nothing personal, kid. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Holy shit. It's still a little bit slow on the respawn. Maybe if I increase the pool? Well, let me go ahead and try increasing the pool. Damn. This is sick. Sorry, I'll put the music back on afterwards. I'm having fun with this. Do you buy these assets or are they free? So Daddy, I'll be honest. When it comes to mapping, it's super expensive. So I bought these. Everything you see, if there's any assets that you see, either most of the time I've bought them. Okay, let's see. On spawn. Oh, that's why I wasn't showing. I was looking at the wrong thing. Let's do 0.5. Thank you for the hype train, you guys. I do greatly appreciate it. No, actually, when it comes to textures, here, I use something called, if I could find it. I use something called 3djungle.net. It has tons of like seamless textures and they're free. I would recommend it. Okay, chat, are you ready? Are you ready? Oh, wait, I forgot something. Rob asked for something about it a while back too. When Kyo falls asleep, he wants it so that it can teleport him to the bed, right? I need to add that. You can also make your own textures. Yes, there's this website that lets you get a texture. If you add it into it, it can actually make a seamless, like, it can basically turn a texture into a seamless texture. Okay, let's see. That is so cool. If anything, I can add charges as well. Something that teleports scale. Oh my gosh. I could do that real quick too, actually. Oh my gosh, with the sound too. Okay, okay. What if we make the distance real far now? So maybe let's ramp it up to like, say, 20. Oh my gosh. I love this chat. I love this. Oh my gosh, Kaito. Okay, let's see. One more test. Oh, I blew up my screen. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh my gosh. And when you walk slower, it's less. But when you walk further... This is so cool. Imagine the character here is Curry. And this is like some random person and he goes up to him and he's like, "What the fuck you say to me?" And he's like, "The fuck you say to me?" It's like, "Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm watching you." And he just teleports away. Oh, this is so cool. This is actually so cool. Oh. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Let's go make that let's go make that teleporting because I actually forgot about it. Oh my, what machine there. I forgot to do that meme with Aaron. Oh my goodness. I need to do that Saturday. What is Saturday? Okay. So let me go ahead and make that. So I think I'll get... So what I'll do is I'll start on Crumpet's map probably off stream so that you guys don't have to see like the super boring part where I have to import everything. Yeah, I think Aaron's asleep because when I was talking to him earlier, they said they were passing out. Oh, this is so cool, chat. This is so cool. Alright, let me close this real quick and let me get the other window up. Now switch out with Trump and add a lot of scary teleporting stuff. Oh, trust me, when I when I make the horror map, I know exactly how I'm gonna do it. Okay, I have to wait for the project to open, so give me a moment. I'm gonna eat cereal too. That was the coolest thing ever I've ever made though. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me go ahead and make sure this window's fitting non-sexually, of course. So we have to... Where do I want to put this? I need this window. Boot on computer? Yes. The Kyo is asleep. Boot on the spawner. Boom, 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 like boom, 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 da 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 da 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 da. I don't know the lyrics, so I'm just humming it. I need to play this scene real quick so that I can get this leveled out. Boom, boom, boom. Feels stank, man. I like the. I haven't heard this song in a while. Oh my gosh. It's such a good song. It's such a fucking good song. 87よI don't remember the song being like that. I want to learn the lyrics to this song. Oh my gosh. I haven't listened to this song in a long time. Okay, sorry. I was distracted. Button, tax. Is Karu sleeping? Click me. Where should we put this button? Oh, I love this song too. Let me tell you, chat, this was on Muse Dash. I fucking owned at it. Two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not centered. Where's the center? Give me the fucking center. Maybe I have it a little bad. This works. Okay, there we go. It's centered. With the bed. Oh, BT Coffee and Echo. Here we go. VIP. Kohineko. Kohineko. There you go. I'm handing out tons of VIP for people that do show up. Because I have a ton of VIP slots. So yeah. What? Oh, okay, there we go. One of us. My cereal! I don't want it getting soggy. Give me a second. You know what sounds super disgusting for some reason? Soggy cereal. Like, ew. Or, no, not soggy cereal. I mean, a soggy burrito. Maybe I'll do a Just Dance. Do you guys want Just Dance to end it? Oh my gosh. Imagine a Just Dance stream. Oh. Oh. We'll call this the kill respawner. Really? Do you guys want? Should we just do Just Dance to end tonight? You're exploring chat. Yeah, it goes back to what discussion earlier. I just feel like I haven't shown enough appreciation for all you guys yet. Yeah, okay. So we can cut this off. I could just be in Kitty. You too, actually. I've seen you very persistently. You get this. There you go. Oh man, these are old school songs. But good morning. Finster. I don't think Finster has seen my Just Dance streams. Actually, I've seen you around oftentimes, Spencer, so I'll give it to you. Plus, I have extra VIPs laying around. Okay, so first I need to test this. Get display name equals blah blah blah. Easter egg, change spawn, disable music if we don't need those. Respawn public. So are we going to keep Mesh Glider here? Yes. So let's see, get this back. Bad spawn. So good, and throw that there and change spawn. So we need to test it. Okay. So let's go ahead and play the scene real quick. I would love to dance to the song, but jeez, it's so fucking fast. I need to stop swearing so much. I'm sorry, chat. Should be one for when Rob wants to wake them up and just teleports them to their room and blasts them with loud noises. I could actually get banned for that. Surprise, like, because it falls in. It's kind of difficult to explain. It would be considered harassment, basically. I know it sounds weird, but yeah. Did I never added the sound for fire here, actually. I should really add it, because I have it here, but my immersion. This looks so nice, though, the way these lights are. Oh my, I love this. Why do I love postmodern stuff so much? Oh, it works. Ew, what is that button color? Why does it say that color? Tell me where I am, leaving millions behind, reaching for where I stand. She is so good at. I love her singing. Nikki Simmons. Okay, let's see. Normal color. Can we just. Yeah, let's just do this. Okay, let me try this again. Background music does this jump so high? Is that really what I had it set to? Jeez. Huh. There's some... I just realized some of these are... I have to fix that. That's a bit off. Yeah, I have to fix some of the stitching on this. Why did it turn like this? I didn't even touch this. Yeah, I'll have to fix that. I'll fix it later. I wonder why the stitching broke like that. That's so weird. Okay, let's see. This character is sleeping. Click on me. Oh, wait, no. I have to make it so only Rob can click on it. Or should I make a cooldown? I think I'll only make it for Rob. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. So, branch. Does anyone know how Kyo's name is spelled in game? Like the full... I don't... So this one's gonna be for Rob. This will allow him to be able to call the command. So this is taken care of. Is it a capital K or a lower K?
ご機嫌うるわしゅう
And thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. I don't remember. Let me go check VR chat because I have KO added. Log in. Why do I have to re-log in? Yokeru. Here it is. Is it lowercase or capital? Is that lowercase? No. It's capital. Okay. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. No, I found it. I just want the VR chat website. I get a little bit confused by it though, because when you're on the website, it shows T name, but the bottom one is like your login name, and the top one is your display name. And what I need is the display name. So it's pretty weird. So now, spawn public. It'll pick up the local name twice, and if oops. So when Rob calls okay, so this is how it works. Upon interaction, unless you are Rob, you will not be able to call this event. But if the event is called, then it'll get all players again. But if your name does not equal Kyokeru, you will not teleport. So this should work. I'll go ahead and upload this later as well. Because if I try uploading this map, stream might die. Aaron, are you asleep still? Or... I think they're probably asleep. Yeah, I think everyone's asleep. Sorry, I'm just responding to DMs real quick. Okay, sorry. I am back. Let's see. I think, yeah, this should be good. As soon as I can start dancing. Okay, let's go ahead and save this. I really like... Actually... Wonder. Next time I'll do it. What I'll do is for the next update, one, I want to add more like furniture and stuff here into this part, but I don't know how to, or I really don't know what I want to put in yet. So I kind of kept it like open, like a veranda for now. But another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a toggle that adds water into these areas, and I'll make the showers and everything work as well. I like that. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Another thing too, I kind of want to add more to this map, like more finer details. If you notice, this bathroom is actually a death trap. Do you guys know why? Can you guess? There's no toilet paper. But yeah, there's no toilet paper roll. Oh, I didn't add a door as well. Whoops, I put one here, but on the other side. Oh, well then. There you go, I caught stuff. Okay. Do you guys want to see me get, like, do you guys want to see, like, the very beginning of the map when I get the map prepared? Because I think I will work on, or do you guys want to go to Just Dance? Well, we all know how Rob is cleaning it, so... What do you guys want? Do you guys want to see the start of me making Trumpet's world? Or would you prefer to see Just Dance? Or should we hang out in VR chat a little bit? I don't know. The start of Trumpet's world. Would love to see the start, but I also really like to see Dance. One. Okay, so okay, so it seems like everyone wants to see the start of the map primarily. Okay, I have to get this project set up real quick then. So let me go ahead and save this, and let me go ahead and open up Unity. World Hangout. Let me go type in a new project. We will save this and see my E drive. Yeah, okay. And we will call this project Crumpet. And we shall create this project. So I'm gonna have to open up a few folders as well, or other projects rather, so I can get my my palette, so to speak, from it. Is the world going to have a broken door just like this real room? Yeah. Well, it's just gonna be one room. It's not meant to be big to begin with. I mean, I can probably... I'll just make... I'll make a room with a connecting kitchen and bathroom. And I can make a banged up closet. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna need your guys' help to envision how Crumpet's room would be like, though. We definitely have to add a garage, though. So let me go ahead and thank you for the follow-up. I haven't said it already. Only cakes and sweets. Okay, let's see. Open project Brooktown. His pet watch with a sock on top of it? Oh, his wet patch with a sock on. Oh my gosh. So Mango just wants a giant beanbag as well for hers. I don't know what area to want as well, so I'll have to inquire about it afterwards. For now, I just have to make the room itself first. He needs to have a broken closet. Yes, there will definitely be a broken closet. I don't want the room to be too small though. But I just want it to be big enough because, you know, a VR chat, it's going to be a VR chat world. So I want it to be a bit bigger than what would be considered his normal size. I actually want to try making a horror world out of Crumpet's room. Like a little small horror project to see what I can do. You know? But I would have to make the... I don't know how I would do that. I think I have an idea. I'm not entirely sure yet. Okay, sorry. I'm loading everything up and I do not want this to crash on me. This is the AFK song. Okay. Sorry, I am just making sure everything is working. Is this the right one? This isn't right. I fucked up already. I opened up in the wrong version. Confirm. That's why it was so off. Llama Mango on Crumb's stream yesterday was one of the cutest things I ever saw. You died of cuteness when you saw it. Was apart, they'll be all alone. Now we're all alone. Okay. It's like a sign to end up. Tell me anything you find. Oh, it's different lyrics. I got played. I wanted to sing this. Okay, let's see. So this one's working fine. This one should be the correct one. Yes. Okay. The start of a new project. You guys are going to see it from the very beginning of how I set up projects and whatnot normally, or usually. So let me go ahead and change the Unity. Attribute on. Oh, window captures. Where are you? Scene Unity Project Hot Tub. Why is it not showing? Here, maybe? Hello? Unity? Unity.x, Unity.x. Where is... Do I have to close and reopen this? Okay, let's try closing this. I guess that works. Okay, so I need to get this this is very beginning. Very beginning. Oh. Okay, and let's begin. So I have to download some stuff first. Download SDK 3 Worlds. Let's go ahead and import that. Hi Anti-Drapey. I've seen you a lot as well in chat, so you get VIP. Boom. And import this. Live guide. I'm just installing all the prerequisites at the moment. So that's building up now. Hi, Poppy. You too, Poppy. I've seen you here a lot, so... Boom. You get VIP and you get VIP. I have tons of VIP slots. I need to see them up properly. How much slots do I have left still? Let me see. Creator dashboard. Emotes. Or not emotes. I seriously have the commission tier 2 and tier 3 emotes, as well as bit emotes. And cheer emotes. Oh my gosh. I have a lot still to commission. Viewer reward. It's not viewer rewards. It's community. Followers. No, roles manager. How many VIPs do I have? 65? So I have 35 slots left. Oh boy. I have 35 VIP slots still left over. So I would like to, you know, any gifters, oh my gosh. Okay, so Udon is okay. Let's check the console. I don't have to worry about that. I need to go and now I need to... Whoa, look at these hands. View modelers now of a Uni verified solution. I don't know about that. That shit broke my stuff. I need to... Bakery, right. $55 for bakery, smile. And then another 35 just for the previewer. It cost me an arm and a leg. So let's go ahead and install that. And I've seen you constantly too as well, so you get VIP as well. Boom. I want to watch this video with you guys too as well. I thought it was really cool, but I don't know if it's TOS. It's called The Horrors of Being a Facebook Moderator, and it's by Vice. Like, I really want to watch it. I watched a little bit of it earlier. I was like, oh my gosh, what in the world? I don't know. Sorry if it looks like I'm not doing anything as well. I'm importing stuff and it takes a while. I don't know, do you guys want to watch it real quick while I import all of this? clock. Okay, give me 1 second. How do I set? Let me figure out how to set up this window then. Because this is going to be a lot of important. Put this here. Window capture. The horrors of being a VR chat moderator, a Facebook moderator. Whoops. Transforms. Okay. Oh, I cropped it out a little bit too much. Gotta transform. Pause the music real quick. And transition. Boom. Okay. And I think we should be good. Are you guys ready? I never saw this though either, so. Or I left it watching, but. Are you guys ready?
I would basically just come in, find out what my target is for the day, press the button, just go, and the first piece of content, boom, it's just there on the screen in front of you. You take a look, you make a decision, you press a couple of buttons, it goes away, and the next one loads, and the next one, and the next one. And you are seeing dead bodies and murders, or people celebrating having killed somebody, dogs being
Jeez.
barbecued alive. And
What?
you're seeing these images. It took me a long time to understand how much this stuff had affected me. I never even believed in PTSD. I thought it was just people being useless. And it's been very hard for me to find these really difficult emotional reactions when I talk about this stuff. And I've had to be through therapy and take a lot of time just working on myself to get through this.
It's about Facebook moderation, like being a
I used to
Facebook
work for
moderator.
Facebook, and my job was to spend
And I
8
thought it was
hours a day
really
looking
interesting.
at
I
all
was
the
like, what the
worst
hell?
things that people post online so that you don't have to.
I'm just getting
Mark Zuckerberg had just announced he wanted to hire
I'm just getting this
thousands more people to do this
project
work.
ready as
And I think they just needed bums on
I
seats.
I've seen you
So I was
off the chat as well,
swapped
so
off.
I give
They did ask me,
VIP.
you do understand that maybe occasionally you might see something that's a bit disturbing, and they ask if you're okay with that. But you don't have any experiential understanding of what that means. It's really difficult to quantify.
Am I over what? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I still a robot? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I a robot? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm still a robot. Bam, back to normal? What the fuck? Okay, I'll continue the video.
How much of it was of a particular type or how extreme it was, you would be able to quantify this, but these numbers are not available. Facebook have them, but as an employee, you're not entitled to find out what kind of harmful material you've been exposed to.
Fuck is
I'm gonna
this?
guess it's between 5 and 10% of what you see every day is possibly potentially traumatizing. I can remember the first one that just was like a wow moment.
Hi, Kamakura.
And that was when we
You're a
first
regular of the chat
started.
as well.
I got this one day, and it's a super close-up
VIP.
shot
I throw it
of a
at you.
man
Boom.
just jerking off. But I didn't want to reach
Excuse
forward,
me?
put my hand into that space to press the buttons to delete it. And eventually one of the girls did it, and then she picked up, there was a packet of wet wipes on another desk for cleaning the desk, and she cleaned all the desk, the keyboard, and her own hands before she went back to her desk.
Package
Thinking
manager.
about that
This is
later,
awesome.
I realized that we really do feel like touched by what you see. And then a couple of weeks later, one of my colleagues got his first self-harming incident where somebody is cutting their wrist and seems to be in imminent danger.
Oh my
of
gosh,
committing
what the
suicide.
hell?
We just heard this like shouting. This guy just shouting like, "Fuck! What do I do? I've got a suicide. What do I do?" And he was in a complete panic because there's a life at risk right in front of him, right there and then. And your job is to protect people. Well, the
What are we
guidelines
watching?
not guidelines. They're
It's
very,
something
very
about like
strict, very
people
precisely
that are
written
Facebook
rules.
moderators
We've got
that
definitions
see
of
the dark side
harm
of Facebook.
versus injury versus violence. We've got
I'm
clear
setting up
definitions of
this
what is hate
project
speech and
for.
what isn't hate speech.
It's a new
You
project,
are
so
home
it's a lot of
swimming
like
with all of
downloading
these
too.
issues and things that you have to consider every time that you're confronted with this stuff. I think it would be easier to deal with the images if you weren't having to think about them so deeply.
5.0.3.
I worked the evening shift, so I would start at 6 p.m., finish at 2 o'clock in the morning. But then you would often wake up 3-4 hours later, you'd suddenly sit up in bed, remembering a decision that you've made and realizing that you've made a mistake. Like, I've missed a nipple. You remember some image that you'd seen and you suddenly realize that there was a naked girl on one side or an ISIS flag in the background. So now it should have been deleted under the terrorism policy. So you're obviously replaying this stuff.
Man, this guy has seen stuff.
Unconsciously while you're asleep. But then you're not allowed to talk about your work with anybody. We've all signed non-disclosure agreements, the Facebook omerta. We've all been told again and again, don't ever tell anybody what your job is. There was a wellness team on site, and they were responsible for resilience training and mental health issues, but they're not trained psychotherapists, psychologists. They're not mental health professionals. So you're at work and you get an email coming around saying, hey, we're having finger painting in the canteen this evening. I'm here to save the world. I'm looking at war crimes and child abuse. I haven't got time to go and finger
Jeez.
painting. So it was window dressing. The supports that were there were totally inadequate. For me, there was a creeping awareness and a loss of faith, a lot of hope. And it's just become this mindless drudgery where you've desensitized yourself from what you're seeing on the screen in front of you. But when I left, I was just relieved. And then I got a phone call from a journalist. Somebody had given them my number, and she wanted to talk to me off the record like this about the job. And she asked me these questions that you've been asking me about the content, the stuff that you see. And it was the first time I had addressed that I'd faced it.
Hi, Sabanas. I've been doing good.
I broke down
I've seen you
crying
often
in a
as
coffee
well,
shop.
so
I was lost. I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing, what was going on. I was totally
VIP.
bewildered. You know, as I started to get my
I
head
think
around
Facebook
it
could go
and
track
talk to
with his hands and
specialists
legs
and
showing.
doctors and
Imagine.
I realized that this job had knocked me on my arse and I hadn't even realized it. Facebook denies that anybody could ever get PTSD. Nobody has been harmed. That's very explicit. And then there was a recording. Somebody actually taped what Mark Zuckerberg was saying in an internal meeting with employees last year. And Mark Zuckerberg said it's a little bit overdramatic. He just totally just dismissed all of the criticisms that have been made. It's denial. They don't want to know what's going on, and they'll say the right things. They say things that sound good, but they don't fucking care. Mark Zuckerberg, I don't care what he's been told by other people. These stories have been repeated enough times now that he needs to go down onto the shop floor and see how people work day in, day out, see what's happening, and talk to people who've been harmed.
Gosh, I'm love
Embrace
Mika.
the fact that he's got a problem he needs to
But
solve.
now you've done it. In 2020, Facebook settled a class action lawsuit mounted by content. Oh, what? That's insane. Wow. Holy shit. Here, I'm gonna make the screen a little bit smaller so you guys can see what I'm kind of doing something. Let me go hide this window real quick though. ASMR Plus. How do I do that? Crumples? How am I supposed to ASMR that? I'm not even in VR chat. What? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Crumples. What am I supposed to? How do I do? How am I supposed to ASMR that? I drink the orange juice that's been sitting around my room bottle for 5 days. Tastes like orange battery acid. Ooh, for gosh. It's visual ASMR. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The eye. The O is an eye, by the way. Oh, wait. Gossamer? I've seen you around too. You know, that means I throw VIP at you. Drinking jasmine tea for Odd Princess. Okay. I'll just switch the video real quick. You know what I haven't seen in a long time? There are two that I haven't watched. Wait, there's a new video! Oh! I want to watch this. 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 I fucking love these videos. Take control. Okay. Wait, Gar-E? More like VIP'd. Okay. Let me go ahead and move those captions down real quick as well. Boom. And then let's go switch back. Just capture. I haven't seen this guy in a long time.
Just let me know.
I fucking love these videos. Hi, Blue Gender. Wait a minute, I've seen you two as well. Often. VIP. Boom. You two as well.
In the late 19th century,
You
the
get
city of
VIP
London
as
was the
too.
largest in the world, a sprawling metropolis and a melting pot for trade, finance, and people. But in the
Make it-
autumn of 1888,
Make more Twitter
an
posts so I can
horrific
write trolls.
story
I'll
emerged
try.
from the capital's East End. A story so dreadful.
Wait, I've seen you
it
too
sent
often.
shockwaves around the
VIP Raven.
world. One after another,
VIP.
destitute women of the East End fell victim to a vicious killer known as Jack the Ripper. Despite an
Jack the Ripper. Jack. I remember that. The epic rap battles song.
Extensive manhunt and a few close calls.
Okay, so
Ripper
I have
was never
progress,
caught.
pro-build.
Instead, the murders came to an abrupt end and left behind one of the greatest
Text
mysteries
must
in the
pros.
annals of
Well,
crime.
I need this installed. See all versions. 2.1.6. Well, not everyone fully, just people I remember.
In the East End
Like
of
I
London,
see
there's
constantly.
a district known as
If you've been showing around often, and I don't recognize it, I do apologize. Just be like, I've been here, you little shit, and pretty much yeah.
Whitechapel. In the late 19th century, Whitechapel was known for its overcrowded slums, where many of the capital's poor and unemployed had taken refuge.
My memory is not the best
Day
all
and
the time.
night,
Okay.
an army of policemen would constantly patrol this labyrinthine network of dim-lit streets, courts, and alleys. One such place was a narrow passage
Let's go
known
ahead
as
and
George
add new
Yard.
scene. We will call
Near the north
this
entrance of this passage was a residential complex known as George Yard Buildings.
Project Crumpet.
It was the morning of August the 7th,
Let's go ahead and
1888,
delete this
when an upstairs
scene.
tenant named John Reeves headed out for work. Upon reaching the first floor landing, Reeves encountered the body of a woman.
I haven't been here
lying upon
before.
her
I'm
back
VIP.
in a pool of
Okay.
blood. Horrified by the sight, he stumbled down to the street below in search for help.
Would I VIP
Constable
Yoshon?
Thomas Barrett
Yes,
was the
I
first
love
officer on the scene.
I love when he
He
makes
was
those
soon joined by Dr.
responses.
Timothy Killeen,
It's
who
so
conducted a
funny.
brief examination. The woman had been stabbed 39 times.
39.
chest
What the
and abdomen.
hell?
Dr. Killeen
Not
estimated
full
that she had been
free
dead for,
VIP.
quote,
You have to
about
be
3
around
hours,
often.
thus placing the time of death at approximately 2:30 in the morning. The woman had likely been attacked where she was found, as no blood was found beyond the
Yeah.
staircase landing. But this was strange, as none of the tenants in this crowded building had heard a single cry for help or a disturbance of any kind. One exception was Amy Hewitt, a tenant who claimed to have heard a lone cry of murder. But this was early in the evening
Murder.
of August the 6th,
Trumpet.
and the scream had emanated from outside the complex.
Just say
Hewitt
hi every
further
day and
explained,
just leave.
The district round here is rather rough, and cries of murder are a frequent, if not nightly, occurrence. The victim was eventually identified as 39-year-old Martha Tabram. Tabram was
Martha
a mother
Tabram.
of 2 and had separated from her
Martha
husband
Tabram.
many years prior.
Give us
Her
a
last known
sign.
address was 19 George Street, a common lodging house less than 300 meters from the site of her death. Tabram had made a living through prostitution, and one of her associates was a woman named Marianne Connolly. Connolly testified that on the evening of August the 6th, she and Tabram had been out drinking with 2 soldiers. Then,
This is
shortly
okay.
before midnight, the party of 4 had separated. Connolly took her client into Angel Alley, while Tabram guided hers into neighboring George Yard. It was the last time she saw Tabram alive. Barely 2 hours later,
Actually, I might
Constable
lag,
Barrett
chat.
had spoken to a soldier
I go
loitering
make
near
some
the north
white
entrance
oolong
of
tea
George
for the
Yard.
fox mama and
The
white.
soldier had told
Ooh.
Barrett that he was, quote, waiting for his mate
I love
who had gone
booba
away
milk
with a
tea.
girl. Half an hour later, Tabram is presumed to have died. Both Connolly and Barrett were called upon to identify the soldiers, but all those accused could provide an alibi. One had been at home with his wife, another at an army base, and yet another in a completely different part of the city. This was enough for Inspector Edmund Reed, the lead investigator on the case, to
Reed.
abandon this line of inquiry. Connolly and
Booba milk?
Barrett, having both picked
Yes.
out the wrong men, they could not be trusted again, as their evidence would be worthless. Even if a soldier had been responsible, no one could deduce a motive. The people of Whitechapel might have been accustomed to crime
3
and violence,
and
but the sheer
0.5.
brutality of this attack
3
was as
0.5.
frightening as it was confounding. The crime
Red
is
cap
one
and
of the
honey.
most brutal that have occurred
Ooh,
for
that
some
sounds so
years.
good.
For a poor, defenseless woman to be outraged and stabbed in
I
such
saw
a
her
manner,
making that Starbucks
almost
outfit.
beyond
Oh my
belief.
gosh.
These were the concluding remarks delivered at the final inquest held on August the 23rd. Only a week later, things would go from bad to worse.
It's the project setting, I believe it was. Graphics.
On the morning of August the 31st, a man named Robert Paul left his home on Foster Street
Better?
and headed
Oh.
for work. After making a right turn into Bucks Row, he spotted a man standing in the road. The man turned around to face him and said, "Come look over here. There's a woman lying on the pavement." The
You are
stranger was named
scaling
Charles Cross,
Cinema
and he too had
Machine.
been on his way to work when he first
Sorry.
caught sight of the woman.
Part of the
The
reason
two
why I'm
men now
watching this
cautiously
video is
approached.
because
The woman's
I had to
hands
set up
were
all the
cold with
settings for
attention,
this,
and
and
Cross believed she
it's
was
really
dead.
boring.
Paul,
I'll be
however,
honest.
thought he could sense faint breathing,
Quality.
but instead of seeking immediate
This is what I
help,
was looking for.
Cross and Paul were more concerned about being late for work. As such, they quickly resumed their morning commute, hoping to notify a policeman along the way.
Like, this is the boring part of mapping. Setting up all the
Fortunately,
settings for
Constable
this.
John
is
Neal was just around
just-
the corner.
It's not fun.
Neal was equipped with a lantern and found the woman lying on her back with a deep cut across the throat. The wound was still bleeding, and parts of her body were still warm.
Quality.
He was soon joined by Constable John Thane, who was sent at
PRC
once to fetch a
low?
nearby doctor. Upon his arrival, shortly after
Oh.
4 o'clock, Dr. Reese Llewellyn estimated that, quote, "She had not been dead more than half an hour." In other words, Cross and Paul had likely found the woman mere minutes after she was killed. Furthermore, three
So this would be
officers had
very
patrolled the
slow.
vicinity just a few minutes prior.
Pixel
Constable Neal had last
icons.
inspected Bucks Row at approximately 3:15. So too had Sergeant Henry Kirby, whereas Constable Thane had merely passed the end of the street, none of whom had seen nor heard anything amiss. Upon the body's removal to the mortuary, a shocking discovery was made.
Why is this set to
Apart from
ultra?
2 incisions in the throat, the woman had also been, quote,
What?
disemboweled. No organs had been removed, but Dr. Llewellyn found, quote, several incisions running across the
First
abdomen.
on.
He also believed that the
Soft
killer possessed, quote,
particles.
some rough anatomical knowledge, for he seemed to have attacked all the vital parts.
Ah, yes.
The victim was quickly identified. Her name was Marianne Nichols, and she had turned 43 just 5 days before the murder.
Fucking Marion.
Nichols had at least 6 children, and her last known
Thank you for the
address
host,
was a
by the
common
way.
lodging house at 56 Flower and Dean Street.
I guess we could do ultra.
On the night of her
For
death,
now.
Nichols had been turned away from a lodging house on Thrall Street as she lacked
This
the
guy is
funds to
crazy
pay for her
talented.
debt.
He
Seeking to
is
raise the money through
amazing.
prostitution,
He
Nichols had then ventured down
he
Osborne
spaces
Street
out all
before
the
meeting a
evidence,
friend,
all the
Ella
facts,
Holland.
all the
The two of them
possibilities,
shared a brief
theories,
exchange,
and so forth,
but Nichols was visibly
and leaves it up
troubled.
for you,
When they
the
parted ways
viewers,
around
to
2:30,
decide.
Holland saw Nichols staggering eastward along Whitechapel Road. Barely an hour later,
This
she
is an hour long.
Apart from the body itself, the killer had left nothing in their wake. No blood trail, no murder weapon, no witnesses. Inspector Joseph Helson, the lead investigator on the case, stated that, quote, not an atom of evidence can be obtained to connect any person with the crime. While the Nichols case ground to a screeching halt, its similarities with the Martha Tabram case had not gone unnoticed. In both cases, the attack had been needlessly ferocious, and there was no discernible motive. Both victims were prostitutes of roughly the same age
ご機嫌うる
and
わ
moved
しゅ
in the same circles.
Hi, thank you for follow.
The
I
only
hope you enjoy your
meaningful
stay.
difference was their injuries. Tabram had been repeatedly stabbed, whereas Nichols had suffered multiple slash wounds. Differences aside, the prevailing assumption was that the same
Light
deranged individual
settings.
had committed both murders, a conviction that would only grow stronger in the days that followed.
Oh damn. Okay, okay. And, I forgot something. I forgot to get the Cyan emulator in here.
As
Shit.
the sun was rising on September the 8th, a man named John Richardson was on his way to work. At 4:45, he made a quick stop at 29 Hanbury Street. He went through the entrance and out the back door by way of a cramped hallway. Richardson then sat down on the backyard steps before grabbing a knife to
See.
trim a vexing piece of leather from his boot. Once satisfied, he
Gotta go
left
by
the building
color.
and shut the front door behind him. About an hour later, a third-floor tenant of
Skybox
the same address, John Davis, plodded
1, 3.
downstairs and into the hallway. The front door was now wide open, but the one in the back was closed. When Davis went to open it, he found the bloody remains of a woman lying on her back just below the steps. Inspector Joseph Chandler was the first officer on the scene. After a brief inspection, he sent at once for a medic. Dr. George Phillips arrived at 6:30 and found the woman, quote, terribly
I'm kind of low.
mutilated.
Oh, sorry.
The throat
When
had
I'm
been,
thinking to
quote,
myself, I
severed deeply,
tend to
whereas
whisper
the
a
abdomen
little
had
bit
been,
more.
quote, entirely laid open. The intestines had been, quote,
64
lifted out of the body
256
and placed by the shoulder of
256
the corpse. The body was then conveyed to the mortuary, while Inspector
256
Chandler and Dr.
256.
Phillips conducted a sweep of the backyard. Most of what they found belonged to the tenants of the building, but just below the resting place of the woman's feet,
4
they found a
advanced,
small piece of cloth.
none. 4
and 2
advanced,
combs.
none Gaussian.
The items had likely
4
belonged to the victim, but it seemed
advanced,
to Dr. Phillips that they had been deliberately positioned and arranged
none
by the killer.
Gaussian.
The post-mortem revealed that 2 brass rings had been forcefully removed from the victim's left hand.
IP grabber account?
These rings were nowhere to be found. Portions of
What
the
do you
victim's
mean?
abdomen had also gone missing, including the womb. Dr. Phillips believed that, quote, the mode in which these portions were extracted showed some anatomical knowledge. This point was greatly expanded upon.
So the
at
guy knew what he was
subsequent
doing.
inquest. The injuries had been made by someone who had considerable anatomical skill and knowledge. There were no
None
meaningless cuts.
Gaussian.
For instance, no mere slaughterer of animals could have carried out
Non-Gaussian,
these
non-Gaussian.
operations. It must have been someone accustomed to the post-mortem room.
Where do I get this?
The victim was quickly identified as Annie Chapman. Chapman's date
I was
of
like at
birth is a
212
bit
when I get my
uncertain, but she was
Oh my
roughly
goodness.
47 at the time of death. She had at
I
least
dropped off
7 children,
significantly. I
but
used to
was
actually be at
tragically only
500.
survived by 2. Her last known address was a common lodging house at
That sounds like
35
quest.
Dorset Street.
Oh, be careful then. Be careful. Yeah.
On the
You,
night of
you
her
guys be
death,
careful.
Chapman
I
had been
didn't click on
denied
his account or
accommodations
anything,
as
but
she lacked the funds to pay for a bed.
or
She
just
was
Aaron's
escorted off
assets
the
seem bigger in
premises by
PC
the night
ones.
watchman,
Probably
who then
because
saw her vanish
she
into the
aims the
back
camera
alleyway.
more towards her chest.
What happened to Chapman over the next few hours? Nobody
Maybe.
knows. Her whereabouts during this time
Ambient
is a
inclusion
complete
text
mystery.
Texels 5
But unlike the 2
to
previous cases, a witness in the Chapman case
8
might have caught a glimpse
to
of the
4096. 8 to
killer. At
4096.
5:30
8
on the morning of
to
September the 8th, a woman named
4096.
Elizabeth Long spotted a man and a woman conversing outside 29 Hanbury Street. Long
Ambient
was positive
inclusion
that the woman she'd seen was
enable.
Annie Chapman, but the man had stood with his back
None
towards her,
Gaussian.
so she never saw his face. Long did, however, manage to overhear a fragment
Let me
of their
try. I use
conversation.
VPN.
The man had
Gotta
posed the
do human
question,
stuff. See ya.
"Will
See
you?"
ya, everyone.
To
Take
which the
care,
woman
Poppy.
responded, "Yes."
Everyone stare at Poppy as they leave. Use ice there.
Now, a lasting point of contention in the Chapman case is the time of death. According to Dr. Phillips,
Gaussian
when he arrived at
2.
6:30, Chapman had been dead for, quote, at least 2 hours. That would place her death at around 4:30. But according to Long, she saw Chapman alive a full hour later. Then there's the testimony of John Richardson. Richardson was the son of one of the tenants in the building.
10
At 4:45, he made a routine
Interact
checkup on the door to the basement, which had
1
previously
default
suffered a break-in.
default
When he
medium.
found it secure, he
5
sat down
ones
on
off,
the
5
backyard
ones
steps
off.
to trim a piece of leather from his boot.
No time, big lights.
Even though he sat mere centimeters from the murder site, Richardson did
Okay.
not see a body.
3.05.
adamant on this
3
point.
point.
I could not have
3.5,
failed to notice the
3.5.
deceased if she had been there. To muddle the timeline even
That's something
further,
he knew
there's
he
the testimony
does.
of Albert Kadosh.
He actually
20
reads
minutes
out the
past 5,
testimonies.
Kadosh had gone through the backyard of 27
He never did that in the
Hanbury
previous
Street when he
videos.
heard voices coming from nearby. They were barely audible, however, and Kadosh had only made out the word no.
5,
A few
100.
minutes later, he heard something falling against the wooden fence,
Lighting
dividing the 2
and
yards.
set that.
There's no one
Electric
way
settings,
to
very
untangle
fast
this web of
particles.
contradictions, but Dr. Phillips did
Text
concede
Pro.
the possibility that he'd miscalculated. that, quote, the coldness of the morning and the great loss of blood had skewed his opinion, which was largely based on the warmth of the body. So, presuming that Dr. Phillips did miscalculate, and the recollections of Long and Kaddish were off by a few minutes, that would place Chapman's death at around 5:30 in the morning. By this point, the dim light of dawn would have provided the tenants of 29 Hanbury Street an unobstructed view of the murder site, some of whom had even slept with their windows open. In spite of this, the killer managed to evade detection and even made time to arrange the victim's possessions.
It's crazy how he got away with all this stuff, though.
As the tally of victims
You got VR today?
erupted, the public
You
grew
you get your VR
increasingly
today or
anxious.
or
They were not
Monday.
only
Probably gonna set
frightened
up
by
next
the
week. Go
murders,
exploring
but
dancing,
frustrated
other
with the police
things.
and their perceived incompetence.
Ooh.
Even across the pond, where the
Hope you
efforts
have
of the
fun.
police
Having
fiercely
VR,
criticized.
it's like a whole
The
new
London
world.
police and detective force
What
is
things?
probably the
You know what he's
stupidest in
going
the
to
world.
do. If Sabanas is going to
What these mocking quotes and
Go golfing.
illustrations failed to capture were the overwhelming odds
In
stacked
VR.
in favor of the perpetrator.
Smile.
The police were up against someone who seemingly struck
He's gonna
without
hit the
motive,
balls
someone who left no murder
Smile.
weapon and few witnesses. On
And
top
touch
of
them.
that, the East End was severely overcrowded, while the police were
I have a
understaffed.
beautiful landscape in
As
mind.
one
Gonna use the
newspaper put it,
geometric shapes to
"A
draw
man
secret
in the
magic
East End of
circle.
London is a grain of sand, as invisible and almost as much beyond
Yep, going
identification
golfing for looking for
amid
some
the masses.
hole-in-ones.
At no point would this become more apparent
Okay.
than during the events.
Oh,
of
I
September
forgot a
3rd.
few more things as well, actually. Let me go back to my asset store. Turbo. Rename. Turub. I wonder how he got away with all this stuff, though. Like, I'm
On
not
September the
applauding
29th,
the murders
a routine
itself, but it's
Saturday
like,
meeting was held at the
it's
Socialist
insane.
Club on Berners Street. When the meeting came to a close around midnight, all but a few members returned home. Those who remained proceeded to drink and socialize. Half an hour in September the 30th, Joseph Lave stepped outside to get some fresh
so
air.
happens.
Lave
Sure.
used the side entrance leading into Dutville's yard and lingered for about 10 minutes. Moments after Lavin got back inside, Morris Eagle accessed the building via the same entrance. He
I
too was a
think
member of the
this should
club
be.
and had just returned after escorting
No,
everyone
I have
home.
one more to
Neither of them noticed anything unusual. 20
Cyan
minutes later,
Emmy.
the sound of a horse and carriage could be heard trotting down Berners Street. The driver was
Cyan
Louis
emulator.
Diemschutz, the steward of the clubhouse. When Diemschutz drove into Dutville's yard, his pony abruptly veered to the left.
Louisa.
When he looked down to his right, he thought he could discern something in the darkness. Diemschutz stepped down from his barrow, and after lighting a match, could see a woman lying on her side.
Cyan
against him.
emulator. Package
Without even
3.7.
knowing if she was, quote, drunk or dead, Diemschutz rushed inside the club to check on his wife. When he found her safe and sound, he alerted the other members, and a small crowd soon gathered outside.
Gonna lurk and play
They could now
MHR.
see
Have a
that the
nice stream, I
woman's
get.
throat
Thank
had
you,
been, quote,
Daddy.
fearfully cut, and that, quote, a stream of blood was trickling down the yard. Eagle, Diemschutz, and a few others promptly dispersed to find a policeman. While
Oh,
a growing
shit.
crowd of bystanders waited for authorities to arrive, there was no sign of the perpetrator. But across the city, less than a kilometer to the west, an even more ghoulish discovery was about to be made.
Wait, what?
At 1:30 of the same morning, Constable Edward Watkins patrolled an open space known as Mitre Square. Watkins' beat would take him through the square about once every 13 minutes, and on this occasion, it was deserted. But in the time it took Watkins to complete another rotation, Mitre Square was turned into a crime scene.
How does he move so fast, though?
An
I've been
extra
playing
minute
Spider-Man again.
1:44.
I remember I
turned
used to
the
play
light.
out the old
I saw the body
PlayStation
of a woman
ones.
lying there on her back. I saw her throat was cut and her bowels protruded.
That ad. I'm sorry about the
stomach
ads.
was ripped up. She was lying in a pool of blood.
The stomach was ripped up. Oh, right. Jack the Ripper.
Dr. George Cicada and Dr. Frederick Brown soon converged upon the scene.
Did they ever say,
They found
like,
terrible injuries inflicted
did they
upon
ever
the
figure
woman's
out,
face,
like, what his
throat,
motive was
and
at
abdomen.
least?
The intestines had been, quote, drawn out
I don't
to a large
remember.
extent and placed over the right shoulder. Among the many lacerations to the face, Dr. Brown noted that, quote, the lobe and auricle of the right ear was cut obliquely through. Based on their expert opinions, coupled with the testimony of Watkins, the woman had died within minutes of her body being found.
They never did they?
Back in Burner Street, Dr. Frederick Blackwell and
But like,
Dr. George Phillips
how's he
had
moving
reached the
so
same
fast like
conclusion.
this?
The woman in Dutville's yard had died within minutes of her body being found. But unlike previous victims, she had only suffered injuries to the throat. There were no abdominal mutilations
Unless there's
or anything
multiple
else
of
by which
them.
to connect the attack to the others.
Oh, what if there's like multiple killers?
But the murder in Dutville's
Basically
yard
like
and the one in
Ghostface,
Mitre
you know?
Square were separated by less than 1 kilometer and some 45 minutes. This allowed for a chilling possibility. It was suspected then, as it continues to be today, that when Diemschutz came clattering through the gateway, he unwittingly interrupted the murder. The killer
Oh,
may even have
shit.
become trapped inside Dutville's yard because the gate on Burner Street was the only point of entry. Perhaps they saw an opportunity to escape when Diemschutz then rushed inside the club. From there, it would have taken them less than 15 minutes to reach Mitre Square. Plenty of time to hunt for another victim. But it must be emphasized that this is
Jeez.
pure speculation.
Or he's
There
just
is
one
no
of the police
evidence to
officers?
suggest
Maybe.
two murders were even connected. The woman in Dutville's yard was identified as 44-year-old Elizabeth Stride. Stride was a Swedish immigrant who'd lived in London for over 2 decades. Following the death of her husband,
Happy thoughts.
she
Oh
had made a
no.
living through prostitution.
I can check the food channel on
Her
Discord
last known address
sometimes.
was a
Ooh,
common lodging house at 32 Flower and D
Yeah.
Street.
It's just one guy. Most people think there are a lot of people jumping
On
on
the
the
night
train
of her
because
death,
they wanted
Stride had been seen by
someone
quite an
that
abundance
they would
of
assume it was
witnesses.
Shaq.
First, she
Yeah.
was seen in the company of a, quote, respectably dressed man around 11
Respect.
o'clock. About a quarter to midnight, Stride was seen talking to a man who was, quote, decently dressed and had the appearance of a clerk. Then, only a few minutes before the murder, Stride was seen in the company of a man by Constable William Smith. The man was carrying a small parcel wrapped in newspaper and was of, quote, respectable appearance.
Respectable.
It's unclear whether these descriptions are of the same person or if Stride accosted multiple clients as the night progressed. There were other witnesses, some less credible
Here,
than
chat. I'm gonna
others,
move the window real
but
quick
the one that
to
really
the
stood
right
out from the
side,
rest was Israel
so that way
Schwartz.
you guys can see the mapping
About a
now.
quarter to
I
one,
think I'm
Schwartz had been
ready as
walking down
well.
Burner Street.
Oh, actually, no, I'm
As he
still not
came upon
ready.
Dutville's yard, he witnessed a man throwing a woman to the ground in front of the entrance. The woman had, quote, screamed 3 times, but not very loudly. Schwartz
3
would
times,
later
but not
identify
very
this woman
loudly.
as Elizabeth Stride. Schwartz did not try to intervene, but opted instead to simply cross the street. That's when he spied a second man on the opposite side who was lighting a pipe. The man who attacked the woman then appeared to address the second man by shouting the name Lipsky. The pipe smoker
Lipsky?
then proceeded to follow Schwartz before eventually breaking away.
Oh shit.
When taken at face value, this story appears to suggest that the killer had an accomplice by the name of Lipsky. This was indeed the interpretation of some government officials. But Inspector Frederick Abeline, one of the lead investigators on the case, had a very different interpretation.
Progress.
You see, the name Lipsky had gained notoriety in 1887 when a Jewish man by the name of Israel Lipsky was convicted of murder.
You ordered
Owing
food?
to the publicity of
Ooh,
that
I
case,
kind of want to make
the
food
surname
on.
Lipsky had become an anti-Semitic slur. Abeline therefore deduced that the man who shouted Lipsky was directing an insult at Schwartz, who was described as having a, quote, strong Jewish appearance. The man with the pipe, meanwhile, may have been an innocent passerby who became frightened along with Schwartz. Whether
Oh.
Abeline's interpretation is correct, it's doubtful we'll ever truly know. Nevertheless, Schwartz's account is compelling, as he conceivably witnessed the moment when Elizabeth Stride was attacked. Back in Mitre Square, a large crowd of spectators had assembled upon the scene, all driven by their morbid curiosity to get a glimpse of the body. The post-mortem revealed that the killer had extracted a few organs, including the womb and left kidney. According
What?
to Dr. Brown,
A
this
womb?
extraction required, quote, a good deal of knowledge, which he likened to that of a butcher. By contrast, Dr. Cicada did not find any signs of, quote, great anatomical skill. The woman in Mitre Square was identified as 46-year-old Catherine Eddowes. Eddowes had at least 5 children, but after escaping her abusive husband, she had become estranged from her family. Her last known address was a common lodging house at 55 Flower and Dean Street. On the night of her death, Eddowes had been out drinking. She got so drunk that around 8:30, she was found lying on the sidewalk in Aldgate High Street,
Oh
surrounded
gosh.
by a crowd. The commotion attracted a few officers, who then escorted Eddowes to a nearby police station. There, she remained locked in a cell until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, about her dad.
After being released from jail, Eddowes was likely spotted in the company of a man in the vicinity of Mitre Square. Only one of the 3 witnesses, Joseph Lavende, had paid close attention to the couple. The man had the appearance of a sailor and wore a, quote, reddish handkerchief round his neck. While Lavende did identify the woman as Catherine
Big,
Eddowes,
thick
he never
piece
saw
of
her
hot
face.
meat in between
Nevertheless,
two.
this sighting was
Saw-
only made some
okay.
10 minutes before Eddowes' body was discovered by Constable Watkins. What's so incredibly tragic about the Eddowes case is how narrowly the killer escaped justice.
Why is
First of
Watkins
all,
isn't
the only
registering?
private residence in Mitre Square was occupied by a policeman and his family.
What the fuck?
They had slept right next to an upper floor window overlooking
Huh.
the murder site. Second of all, a night watchman and retired policeman
I think
had
I
been
have to
cleaning a
reset this real
warehouse
quick.
within
Give me
earshot of the
1
murder
second,
site.
chat.
He would routinely hear the footsteps of patrolling officers, yet heard nothing at the time of the murder. Finally, Constable James Harvey had glanced into Mitre Square at roughly 20 minutes to 2. That's right in between the sighting by Lavende and the body's discovery. Harvey should have had an unobstructed view of the murder site, yet he failed to notice anything
Oh,
suspicious.
It opened up my other Unity
Was it
window.
too dark? Was the killer standing just a few meters away, cloaked in shadow?
I can hide this for now.
Did one or more witnesses get the time wrong?
Brioche bun, or are you doing it raw?
Well, the killer did ultimately escape. They did not do so without leaving
You guys
a
are making
trace.
me hungry, I
Shortly before
swear.
3 o'clock, a blood-stained piece of cloth was found near the entrance to a building a few blocks to the northeast. It proved to be a ripped portion of the apron worn by Eddowes. The patch had evidently been torn off
Eddowes.
and then discarded by the killer upon their escape.
Why does this not work?
Now, on the wall above this patch of apron, someone had written a message.
Inspects.
The
Erase.
juice are the men that will not be blamed for nothing. To this day, both the meaning and the author of this message remain in doubt. Was it written by the killer? Was it an attempt to cast suspicion upon or
This
even
is so
away
weird.
from the Jewish community? Was it completely unrelated to the murder?
I don't know why this doesn't work.
Similar questions would soon be raised by a few letters.
Whatever.
Letters which had supposedly been written and posted
Okay.
by the killer.
The window capture.
3 days before the murder of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, the Central News Agency of London received a letter in the post, the author of which claimed responsibility for the recent murders and to be planning for the, quote, next job.
You're gonna make a
Then,
lasagna?
in
That
the
sounds so
aftermath
good
of
right
the
now.
2 killings, the same agency received a blood-smeared postcard.
Is the size okay,
It
or
contained
do you
details
guys want
about
me to
the
make it
atrocities,
larger?
which the author described as a, quote, double event. On the off chance that the letters were genuine, the police decided to make them public. The hope was that
Like, I
someone
think for
would
max
recognize the
subscriber months,
handwriting.
you should make a sideways
Unfortunately,
8.
No one ever did. Instead, it merely served to advertise the name with which the letters had been signed.
Why sideways 8? Are you trying to make
Opinions on
boobs?
the letters' authenticity were divided back then and continue to be today. Most notably, the Dear Boss letter had promised to, quote, clip
It'll
the
bring.
lady's
Oh
ears
my
off and
gosh.
send them to the police. The police never received such a package, and neither of the 2 victims had their ears removed. But you may recall that the right earlobe of Eddowes had been, quote, cut obliquely Was this a botched attempt
I
by
mean,
the killer to keep their promise? Or
I
was it
doubt
merely
it.
one of
I'm
numerous
studying
lacerations
only at
with
like
no connection
212,
to the letter?
for example.
The contents
So
of
I don't,
the letters
I don't know.
notwithstanding,
I don't know
modern
about
linguistic
that.
analysis does suggest that they were penned by the same hand. So, hoaxes or not, the authors were likely one and the same. However, the handwriting bore, quote,
What the
no
fuck is
resemblance
this?
at all to the message written above the torn patch of apron.
What the fuck
Now,
is
the
this?
publication of the letters inspired an onslaught of copycats.
Oh, okay.
Agencies all over London
Holy
were
Sword
soon
Beef.
inundated
Okay.
with correspondence imitating the other two.
I
But
get
at
everything.
least one of them might have been genuine.
I don't know.
Not because of the contents of the letter, but rather the contents of a box with which it was
I
delivered.
could suggest.
On
Oh
October
my
16th, a
gosh!
man named
Look,
George Lusk received a small
people haven't
package
seen
in
it
the
enough.
post. Lusk was
I
the
mean, I
chairman of the
like where I'm
Whitechapel
at right now, to
Vigilance
be
Committee,
honest.
a
If
small
I were
group
to
of
get
local
like
tradesmen
really
who
well
sought
known,
to
it'd be
identify the
it'd
killer.
be like thanks to
The
you
package
guys.
consisted of a
But
letter
yeah,
and a cardboard box.
I do want to
containing
get a
half
new
of the
outfit. I
kidney.
want to get a plug suit,
The doctors who
or
examined
not
the
like a
kidney
plug suit, but
all
like
agreed
half a
that
plug
it was
suit.
human. But whether it was
I have to make the
same left
design, but I
kidney
already have
removed from the
someone
body
that
of
can make it
Eddowes
for me. It's gonna be
cannot
really
determined.
nice. It's gonna be
It
such a
could, for
fan
instance, have been
service,
an
though.
elaborate hoax by a medical student or someone with access to human organs. The author of the accompanying letter, meanwhile, insisted that the kidney did belong to
Let's
the victim
see.
and that they had fried and eaten the other half. A popular theory at the time, and one that still is today, was that some of the letters had been fabricated by the press. According to
I don't
Chief
know how
Inspector
large
John
I
Littlechild,
want
the letters were,
to
quote, a
make
smart piece of
Crumpet's
journalistic work.
room yet.
Assistant Commissioner
I'm
Robert
still thinking
Anderson
about it.
dismissed the
Think.
letters as, quote,
Think,
the
chat.
creation of an
Think.
enterprising London journalist. Meanwhile, Chief Constable Melville McNaughton thought he could discern the, quote, stained forefinger of the journalist. There are a few candidates for who this journalist might have been, but there is no solid evidence against any one of them. Whether it was a hoax by an enterprising journalist or the genuine
Do you
prose
think
of
this
the
is a good
Ripper,
size?
the letters did nonetheless receive widespread
My
attention.
pilot suit.
They commanded space in virtually every newspaper.
I've always
and
been low
dominated
key,
much
but I'm
of the
ready.
public
But
discourse
I'm ready
throughout
to
October,
expansion.
a month which passed without a
I'm
single
definitely gonna start
atrocity
expanding my Twitter
bearing the
account and getting
signature
followers so I can
marks
boost
of
people
Jack the
easier.
Ripper.
Oh my goodness.
Perhaps it was
My
finally
pilot
over.
suit.
It is pretty certain
Kind
that
of.
the monster has become
The
frightened
inspiration
and has
comes from
suspended its
Punishing
horrible
Gray
work
Regan.
for the present, if not for good.
Ahem. Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem singing. With music and words I've been flying. For you I have written a song. And to be sure that you know what I'm saying, I'll translate as I go along. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Won't you let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars? In other words, hold my hand. In other words, darling, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. For you are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, Good night, Menace. I carry you under my arm and I throw
On the
you
morning
onto
of the
bed
other
and
night,
tuck you
a
in. Good night.
merchant and property owner named John McCarthy was going through his bookkeeping.
I have a raspy
McCarthy was
voice.
the
I wouldn't say
landlord
my
of Miller's
voice isn't
Court,
good.
and the tenants of room 13 had fallen behind on their rent.
I think this
McCarthy
should be a
sent at
good
once
size
his
for
assistant,
Crumpet's
Thomas
room as
Boyer,
well,
to
maybe?
collect the money at a 11:45.
During the morning, whenever I wake up, that's like the best time I sing.
After knocking twice without response, Boyer went
But
around
obviously,
the corner to
by
peer
the
through a
time I
window,
start streaming,
but
it's
his view was
usually
obstructed by a
really,
coat
really
or a
dark.
curtain, so Boyer had to reach through a broken window pane to pull it aside. That's when he saw the severely mutilated body of a woman lying upon a bed in the corner of the room.
Oh, wait, what the hell?
Miller's Court was soon crawling with police, but the door to room 13
Oh, it does
was
look like
locked and had to be
predictive.
forced
That's
open
so
with a
cool.
pickaxe. What they found inside was
So I checked
truly
what I
the
can
stuff
buy
of
with my
nightmares.
points. Why would I collect 150k
The
to
sight we
end
saw, I cannot
or
drive
this
away from
connection
my
to
mind.
stream? No
It
point in
looked
saving
more like the
points.
work
Did
of the
that already
devil
happen?
than of a
No one
man.
has done it yet.
The whole scene is more than
But
I
it
can
actually
describe.
ends my
I
stream.
hope I may never see
Smile.
such a sight again.
Dr. George Phillips described the body as, quote,
Cut all to pieces,
Dr. Thomas Bond described the woman's face as, quote,
hacked beyond recognition.
the abdomen had been, quote,
Hi, have you seen any of
emptied
the
of its
wife
viscera,
designs from
while the throat had been,
EM80 or
quote,
severed all round, down to the bone.
doing the model designs for
The
that
body had
MMO?
been monstrously disfigured, with
If
loose
you don't know
organs
what it is, it's
dispersed
a
all
Mecha
around.
versus Kaiju space MMO
The
that's
room
in the works
itself
right now that
was
has some amazing
sparsely
wife
furnished and
designs.
offered little
I
in the
actually
way
have a
of
design in
clothes,
mind.
2 tables, 1 or 2 chairs,
Like a really good
and a small
design.
cabinet.
I like
Amongst
having
the ashes of
modular
the
looking
fireplace,
outfits
the
as
police
well,
found
so.
patches of burned
Hi,
clothing.
Susan.
Had the killer tried to
I have to
dispose of
send you,
evidence, or
Susan,
had it
when
merely
I'm
used
finished
for
with
warmth and light?
Crumpet's
The victim
homeworld,
was identified
then
almost
I'll send
immediately.
you.
Her name
I'll go ahead
was
and make
Mary
a
Jane
rough
Kelly,
draft.
and she was the tenant of 13 Miller's Court. But nearly everything about Kelly's life is shrouded in mystery. She was presumably of Welsh or Irish descent and in her mid-20s, making her the youngest
It's
victim
right
by far.
about here.
But given that no matching records of a Mary Jane Kelly have been found, it's probable that she was using a fake identity.
What the?
In any case,
What?
Kelly had not been living alone. Up until a few days before the murder,
What is
she had cohabited with a
this?
man named Joseph Barnett. They had only separated on October the 30th because Barnett disapproved of Kelly's
What is this?
prostitution
Oh,
and
I
the
used the
people
wrong
with whom
number.
she associated. But they did see each other again.
Am I getting over
On the
files?
evening of
Okay, good
November
luck with
the 8th,
that.
Barnett paid Kelly a visit. Upon his arrival, he found Kelly in the
I
company
want
of a
Taco
woman
Bell right
who
now,
was
like
just about to
seriously.
leave. Unfortunately, there are conflicting accounts about who this woman was, when Barnett arrived, and
I want
how long
fucking
he stayed.
Taco Bell.
If we choose to believe Barnett, he arrived at some point between
Talk
7
about
and
it.
a quarter to 8 and left before 9 o'clock. Shortly before midnight, Kelly was spotted
I'll
in the
never
company
save
of
up
a
to
man
150k
by her
though. I
neighbor,
like icing
Marianne
too
Cox.
much. Aw.
When Cox passed the couple, they were about to enter Kelly's room. Cox bid Kelly good night, but she was, quote, very much intoxicated and barely able to respond. Once they had gone inside, Cox could hear Kelly singing. When Cox then
Actually,
left the
I'm
court
reminded
about
of
an
this
hour
one
later,
song.
Kelly could still be heard singing. By 2 o'clock, Kelly had apparently ventured back outside, where she was spotted by a man named George Hutchinson. The two of them were supposedly well acquainted, and Kelly had asked if he could spare a few coins.
Do I remember the
But-
lyrics though? Do you guys want to hear it? I'll sing parts of it. Here with you, now I'm good, still miss you. I don't know what I can do. We can't be true. I don't know how to sing the. He has such like a very neutral voice. It's really hard to sing. Maybe I should try it in a lower pitch. Here with you, now I am good, still miss you. I don't know what I can do. We can be true. 満たさることなく二人の距離縮まっていくたび切ない
溢れ出した想い募るだけで Oh, it's hard for me to say, 'cause we can see how, but it's gonna end. But I got my love for you, Moshimo, Kona Mama, Kimi o sureru koto ga dekitara nante omoe. I forgot to say this. Nante omoeba omohodo ni kimi wo wasureru. I lost my Japanese. I'm not singing anymore. Ah.
Hutchinson was broke, and Kelly was desperate for money, so they soon parted ways. Moments later, Hutchison observed Kelly being accosted by a well-dressed man. The two of them had a seemingly jovial interaction and began walking north.
You know the
Hutchison found
song
it
Love,
suspicious that such a
Love,
well-dressed man would
is the way
seek
you
the
look at me,
company of a
etc.
woman
I
of
do
color.
not know.
As such, when the couple passed them by, he scrutinized the man's appearance. He was, for instance, carrying a pair of gloves in his right hand and a small parcel in his
How
left.
does this song go?
Hutchinson decided to shadow the couple as they proceeded
Love is the way
to
you
the
look at
nearest
me.
court. Before they vanished up the court,
Lyrics.
the man handed Kelly a red handkerchief, and she had supposedly told him,
The hit
All
crew.
right, my dear, come along.
L is
You will be
for the way
comfortable.
you look at me. O is for the only
Hutchinson
one I
remained in the
see.
vicinity
V is
until
for
3
very
o'clock, but neither Kelly
extraordinary.
nor the man
He is
reappeared.
even more than anyone
At
that you
roughly
can
the same
adore.
time, Cox returned home. In
I
stark
listened to this,
contrast to the loud singing upon her last departure, Cox
where's
was
my
now
phone?
struck by the complete absence of sound and light from Kelly's room. Finally, at approximately 4 o'clock, a tenant above and a woman across from Kelly's room heard cries of murder. The voice was that of a woman, and it appeared to emanate from nearby. Meanwhile, other denizens of the court heard no screams at all.
Like, how the
According to
hell
Dr.
does this
Bond,
guy get away
Kelly
with it,
died
though?
between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Dr.
Add it to your
Phillips placed the
Spotify, it's a
time of
great
death
song.
a few hours
Is it
later.
DMCA, though?
But some witnesses were quite adamant that they had seen or even spoken to Kelly as late as 8 or 10 o'clock in the morning. Keep in mind that her body was discovered at a 11:15. These contradictions are difficult to reconcile, and the precise time of death eludes us to this day.
It's amazing how little evidence they end up having.
Mary Jane
I know,
Kelly
that's the
is
insane
typically
part.
regarded as the Ripper's final
There's
victim,
multiple versions.
along with Mary Ann Nichols,
For your own
Annie
listening, I
Chapman,
mean?
Elizabeth Stride, and Catherine Eddowes. She is part of the canonical 5, the 5 victims most likely to have been slain by the same hand. Martha Tabram might have been
What's
a
the name of
victim
the song?
Jack the Ripper,
Love
but
is for the way you
opinions
look.
are divided. The same is true of at least a handful of other cases. Even the canonical 5 are not without controversy, so the total number of victims is a matter of debate. Presuming that Kelly was indeed the final victim, one has to
For
wonder
the
why.
way you look
Why did the murders come to
at
such a sudden
me.
end? Did a Ripper give in to
Is
fears of
for
being caught?
extra.
Were they imprisoned for a different crime? Perhaps they succumbed to an illness.
Oh, it's
or
a Frank
committed
Sinatra
suicide.
song.
Could
I
they have
didn't know
migrated
that.
to another country? Perhaps they deliberately changed their modus operandi to confuse the police. The possibilities are virtually endless, which means there is no shortage of such.
Let me listen. Is for the way you look at me. Oh, is for the only one I see. I don't know how he does the voice. It's all that I can give to you. Love is more than just a game for two. Two
And love can make it. Take my heart and please don't break it. Love was made for ye and you. This is such a good song. What the hell? I like it.
Suspects.
I don't know it that well by heart to know like how the tone goes. But sometimes I can be tone deaf as well, so it doesn't help my situation.
Following the murder of Marianne Nichols, a rumor began to circulate that someone called Leather Apron was in the habit of abusing prostitutes.
Leather Apron?
The name quickly
Oh,
made its way into the press, and soon enough it became synonymous
Dead by
with the
Daylight, Dead
killer.
by Daylight, Dead by
In
Daylight. I
fact,
played Dead by
Leather Apron
Daylight.
was the predominant pseudonym before Jack the Ripper.
Jack
But
the
man
Ripper,
identified
Jack the
as
Rapper.
Leather Apron was
Following
soon
since
cleared of
before
all
the dawn of
suspicion.
Twitter.
His real name was John Picer, and he was in a different part of London on the night when Nichols was attacked. This misguided manhunt is somewhat emblematic of the whole investigation.
I'm on
The
now
police
TV and
pursued
so
even the
on.
most
People
tenuous
were
of
crowding
leads
those places.
due to a lack of
Yeah, it's
evidence
just
and mounting pressure from
different
the public.
times, yeah.
They interviewed
So I
thousands,
should make
investigated
I can put
hundreds,
hentai
and developed
paragraphs. Now
numerous
we hear
theories
her
along the
sing a
way.
song.
In the words of Inspector Frederick
I'm not
Aberlin,
even a good singer.
Theories. We were lost almost in theories. There were so many of them.
There are so
in
many
an effort
theories.
to narrow down the search, the police used a primitive form of criminal profiling. The idea was
Criminal
to analyze the
profiling.
available evidence to try and gauge what sort of person had committed the crimes. This
What sort
profile
of
was
person?
prepared by Dr. Thomas Bond, and he described the Ripper as a strong, middle-aged man with an inoffensive appearance who dressed
I don't like how this
respectably.
turned out.
Bond's most
Okay, let's do this
controversial
again.
assessment was that the killer possessed, quote,
No scientific nor
and-
anatomical knowledge.
this stood in direct opposition to the opinions of his peers, most of whom ascribed the Ripper with at least a basic understanding
Jack
of
the
anatomy.
Rapper. Jack the Rapper.
Based on the
Following
witness
before the
accounts,
dawn
the
of
Ripper was
Twitter.
a
Dawn
man
of
of
Twitter.
average height with a medium to stout build in his late 20s to mid-30s. He wore dark clothes, including a hat of some sort, and had a mustache. But this sort of aggregation or tabulation of accounts can be quite deceptive.
Tabulation?
Not only
I've
are
never
many
heard of that
details
word before.
inconsistent, but they could be describing entirely different
Tabulation.
people. For all we know, none of the witnesses
I like
ever
it.
laid eyes on Jack the Ripper.
Jack the
So
Rapper.
much is up for
Following
debate
before the
that one
dawn of
can build
Twitter.
a case against
Sorry.
almost any suspect. Some have even entertained the possibility that the Ripper was a woman or possibly a man disguised as a woman. While Jill or Jackie the Ripper is an interesting theory, it has failed to achieve any widespread support.
You have something to say.
What is rarely in
It
dispute
was me,
is that the
I'm
Ripper
Jack.
was either a resident of
And
or
I'm
otherwise
jacking you
familiar
off.
with the incident. After all, he managed to narrowly evade capture on multiple occasions, which implies intimate knowledge of byways and patrol routes. He likely had some form of
Tabulation is like
employment,
making a
as the
table
murders were
battle, just
committed
collecting
around
data.
weekends and public
Ah,
holidays,
Jack on
and
Twitter.
he may have had some degree of anatomical knowledge. With this unshakable profile in hand, let's take a closer look at a few suspects. The question is, where do we even begin? According to criminal
What the
profiler and FBI Special Agent John Douglas, the Ripper was not only a local, but was likely interviewed by the police. If Douglas is correct, the Ripper might be someone we've already met. Either a witness or a person
Dun
close to
dun
one of the victims.
dun.
What about John Richardson, the witness in the Chapman case who sat down on the backyard steps to trim a piece of leather from his boot? Richardson was indeed suspected by the police, but they found, quote,
Not a shred of evidence.
against him. His mother also lived on the premises, so
They
he had
call
good
me
reason to be
Jack
there.
the Ripper.
What about George Hutchinson, the witness who followed Mary
Hutchinson.
Jane Kelly after she was accosted by a well-dressed client? Hutchinson never clarified his motivation for shadowing the couple. He merely stated that he was surprised to see a man so well-dressed in the company of a woman like Kelly. Was he surprised because he was concerned? Was he jealous? Was it about money? After all, Hutchinson was broke, and the client appeared to be wealthy. Perhaps he waited outside the court with intention of mugging this
Why is that so
well-dressed
sad?
client.
I'm not gonna lie, Taco Bell sounded
There
good.
are
Then I
many
remember they
question
took out the
marks
chicken
surrounding
box,
Hutchinson.
sandwich box,
He has
and
never
the
been
meat box. That's
positively
garbage.
identified,
Did they have a
so
new one
next to
again? I
nothing
haven't
is known
checked.
about his life. This
seen you
makes it
here
very
often as well.
difficult to build a
VIP.
strong case against him. Hutchinson
There you
was
go, that's Zach.
interrogated by the police, but
But
ultimately
hi.
convinced Inspector Frederick Abeline that he was telling the truth. But not every witness attracted such attention from the police. Take, for
Yeah, the
instance,
rapper
Charles
Jack
Cross,
off the
the
rapper.
man who discovered the body of Marian Nichols. On the morning of August the 31st, Charles Cross left his home on Doveton Street and headed for work. When he turned into Bucks Row, he happened upon the body of Marian Nichols. Moments later, he was joined by Robert Paul, and events transpired as previously described. Despite his proximity to the crime, Cross appears to have escaped suspicion from both the press and the police. He was evidently seen as the innocent passerby that he appeared to be. But in recent years, that perception has been challenged. The argument is that Cross was in the act of committing the murder when he was interrupted by the approaching footsteps of Paul. Cross then concealed the murder weapon and portrayed himself as someone who just found the body. The injuries inflicted upon Nichols would be consistent with an interruption, as they were less severe than
It's
those
like
of
Esprit
later victims.
Crispy taco with cheese at the
What's
bottom.
interesting about Cross is
That actually
he
sounds
likely
kinda good.
testified under a false name.
My
He
thing
claimed
is,
to be employed as a carman, and his
get talked
address
about
was
is
given as
Quesadilla
22
Sprout. I have a local
Doveton
Mexican
Street.
restaurant called Casa Maya.
The surviving
Maya
records show that
is
in
an angel.
1888, this address was
Always
occupied
trust
by a
Maya.
man
And
named
gets carne
Charles
asada.
Lechmere.
Soft tacos.
Lechmere was also employed as a
Good
carman,
sauce. So I
and
said
on at
earlier,
least
we
one
only accept
occasion
premium
went by the
diamond and
name
currency in
Charles
chat. Oh my
Cross,
gosh.
as it was
Best
the
thing ever for
surname
you, in my
of his
opinion, bacon
stepfather.
and egg and cheese and bacon
It is
carne
now
asada.
widely believed that Charles
I really want beef
Lechmere
udon
was
right
the
now.
man
I
who
might cook
appeared at the
myself some beef
inquest,
udon.
and that he assumed the name of his stepfather when he testified.
Beef
His
udon.
motivation for doing so has been
Shit!
the source of much speculation. Was he
I
trying
fucked
to
this up.
conceal his identity, or was it merely a force of
Whoops.
habit? After all, contemporary examples of people doing the exact same thing are not difficult to find.
I want
The
pizza.
most compelling evidence against Lechmere is that his morning commute between home and work roughly coincides with the time and place of the murders. Except for the murders of Elizabeth Stride and Catherine Eddowes, who were killed on a Sunday, the only day when Lechmere would have been free from work. Not only that, but all the murders were committed around weekends and public holidays. Why would a man who supposedly timed the murders with his morning commute gravitate towards days of rest? In any case, Lechmere's mother lived a few blocks south of Burness Street, the neighborhoods around which is also where Lechmere spent his childhood. As such, it's speculated that Stride and Eddowes were killed after Lechmere paid a late-night visit to his mother. While he claimed to be employed at a delivery firm known as Pickford's, there are no surviving records of his employment. If he did work for Pickford's, there is a fair chance that he delivered meat and would thus have been exposed to slaughter and blood on a daily basis. Lechmere remained in East London
I'm part
until his
Japanese, so
death
I'm
in
disrespecting
1920
my
at the
ancestors.
age
I mean, I'm
of
part
71.
Japanese too.
While there is no evidence of Lechmere ever being suspected by the police, it is difficult to believe that he was completely overlooked. Many case files have not survived, so any doubts investigators might have had could have long since
日本語を
disappeared.
話しますか
Now, a witness who definitely attracted attention
エル
was
スタ
Joseph
バ
Barnett.
ノさん
Joseph Barnett was the man who lived with Mary Jane Kelly up until a few days before the murder. He and Kelly had supposedly met around April of 1887,
Right, let's see.
and they eventually moved to 13 Miller's Court. Barnett was employed as a
Just
fish
a deep
porter, but
dish
for
pizza.
reasons unknown,
I like
he lost his
pizza
job
that
between
has like
July
the
and
seared
August of
cheese on
1888.
it. Oh, I don't know
From
what
that
it is
point
about it.
onwards, the couple struggled to pay rent,
And that has
and
like
Kelly
the,
resorted back to prostitution.
like that crusted cheese.
Now, those who believe that Barnett was the Ripper view his loss of employment as a turning point. The argument is that
I had
Burnett
to
was so
consider low-fat
overcome with
carbs,
guilt and
sauce for
anguish
cheese,
for
and
driving
mozzarella
Kelly
cheese,
back to
provolone, and chopped
prostitution
mozzarella.
that he went
You guys
on
are
a
making me
murder spree,
really hungry.
murdering one local prostitute after another in a desperate attempt
I want food. I want to
frighten
talk about.
Kelly
I'm horny
off the
now.
streets. While most of this is pure speculation, it is true that Burnett disapproved of Kelly's prostitution. You may recall that Burnett separated from Kelly on October the 30th because he disliked the prostitutes with whom she associated.
Kelly never went on the streets when
Yeah.
she lived with me. She would never have gone wrong again, and I should never have left if it had not been for the prostitutes stopping by the house.
This might further explain why Kelly was the Ripper's
Maybe.
final and most viciously mutilated victim. The implication being that Burnett felt
Should I
rejected
add
by Kelly
Crumpet's
and
Kitchen
wanted
as well?
revenge for the breakup.
I don't know, chat. What do you think?
According
Should
to
I add
Burnett,
Crumpet's
he did pay
Kitchen?
Kelly a visit on the evening of November the 8th, but they had parted on, quote,
Friendly terms.
he then supposedly went home, played a card game until
Hmm.
12:30 before going
Yeah.
to bed. Now, Kelly is presumed to have
I don't
died
want
in
to
the
have to
early
make
hours
all
of
of this
November the 9th,
furniture and
so
such.
Burnett could have returned to Miller's Court sometime after midnight. While the police did subject him to 4 hours of interrogation, Burnett was ultimately released without charge.
I'm
Then
seriously
there's the
hungry now,
matter
though.
of the locked door.
First banana
When the
pasta.
police
Oh, that's
arrived
true.
at Miller's Court, they had to force the door open with a pickaxe. This raised an important question. How did the killer lock the door behind him? According to Burnett, the key to room 13 had been missing for some
Yo,
time.
how did she?
Because of this,
how did
he
she
and
do
Kelly
it?
would, quote,
Open the door by reaching through the broken window.
the door was said to be equipped with a, quote,
Tell me your
catch lock
secret, chat.
and
Tell me your
evidently locked
secrets.
itself upon being closed. If that's true, mystery solved. But even if the door was not self-locking, there's still an obvious solution. All the killer would have had to do is observe Kelly using the window trick and then employ that same technique to fasten the door upon leaving. But those who favor Burnett as the Ripper offer yet another solution. The key never went missing. Instead, Burnett is said to have stolen the key and then used it on the night of the murder. These solutions are all equally valid, and it's impossible to know which one is correct. There is a slight variation of this theory which states that Burnett did murder Kelly, but was not the Ripper. Instead, he merely
Jack the
emulated
Ripper,
the Ripper
Jack
to
the
deflect attention
masturbator.
away from himself. Once again, this is pure speculation, but the murder of Kelly did somewhat differ from the rest in that it
Maybe
was
he'll pop
committed
off.
indoors.
Maybe.
Burnett
could add
remained in the East
Crumpet's
End
head
until his
into this
death in
NPC. He's just
1926
crying.
at
I
the
like that.
age of 68. While it's only natural for suspicion to fall upon witnesses and acquaintances, Victorian detectives did pursue other lines of inquiry. One prominent theory was
Where would
that
his
the Ripper
bathroom be?
suffered from
Should I just add it
insanity,
into the kitchen
and
as
the prime
well?
suspect in that category
I guess I could.
is Aaron Kosminski.
Comiskey. I think that's how you said it.
The Whitechapel murders investigation was overseen by numerous high-ranking officers within the Metropolitan Police. One of them was Assistant Commissioner Robert Anderson. Upon his retirement, Anderson repeatedly and unequivocally stated that Jack the Ripper had been identified.
There was no doubt whatever as to the identity of the criminal.
Without disclosing the name of the suspect, Anderson described him as a, quote,
Low-class Polish Jew
who was, quote,
safely caged in an
So they
asylum.
found this guy,
been
but
identified
didn't.
by a witness who was described
What?
as, quote,
The only person who ever
But they
had a
didn't
good
wanna
view
give
of the murderer.
Information
this
on
unnamed
him?
witness had
Oh,
supposedly
what?
refused to testify because the suspect was, quote,
A fellow Jew.
What?
I'm almost tempted to disclose the identity of the murderer, but no public benefit
Excuse
would
me?
result from such a course.
While Anderson never revealed the name of the suspect, his colleagues were a bit more forthcoming. Chief Inspector Donald Swanson revealed that his surname was Kosminski. Yet another high-ranking officer, Melville McNaughton, described Kosminski as a homicidal and misogynistic resident of Whitechapel. Surviving records show that an Aaron Kosminski was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 1891.
They
Aaron
didn't
was
want to
indeed
give
from
his
Poland.
name
He was
up.
Jewish
That.
and had lived in Whitechapel. He suffered from auditory
I don't-
hallucinations and a paranoid fear of being fed.
I
by
don't know how I
tigers.
feel about
He was
that, to
trained
be
as a
honest.
barber, but had, quote,
Not attempted any kind of work for years.
It's unclear when his mental health began
Okay,
to
I get
decline,
it. Chat,
but
I'm
upon
off to
being
work. Y'all amazing. Take care,
institutionalized, Aaron was deemed
Kronos.
to be harmless. He was, quote, quiet and well-behaved, and, quote, apathetic as a rule.
They didn't want to
Only
give
on
his
rare occasions would he
name?
get, quote, excited and violent.
What
However,
the
before his
fuck?
confinement, Aaron had once threatened his sister with a knife. The case
Or
against
do you
him
add
largely
banana
hinges
last
upon
minute?
the claims
What?
made by Anderson, Swanson, and McNaughton, especially the claim that an unnamed witness identified a suspect.
That's so
named
fucking
Kosminski.
dumb. It's like, oh, I found the
But
killer, by the way, but I'm not
descriptions
gonna say
of that
anything. Look,
suspect are not
oh,
entirely
what?
consistent with Aaron Kosminski. For instance, McNaughton stated that the suspect had been, quote, removed to a lunatic asylum about March 1889. Aaron was first confined in 1891.
What the fuck?
Swanson wrote that the suspect had been, quote, sent to the asylum and died shortly afterwards. Aaron was still alive at the time and spent nearly 3
That's some
decades in
bullshit
contact with
excuse. I'll be honest.
As such, it is possible that the suspect Kosminski was someone other than Aaron Kosminski. It's also possible that these inconsistencies were mere lapses in memory. After all, these events were recounted years or even decades after the fact, and McNaughton even confessed to writing solely from memory. Regardless of the suspect's true identity, Anderson was the only one who seemed convinced of his guilt. McNaughton ultimately favored a different suspect and stated that, quote, many homicidal maniacs were suspected, but no shadow of proof could be thrown on any one. Inspector Edmund Reed was of the same opinion. Now we have Sir Robert Anderson saying that Jack the Ripper was a Jew. That I challenge him to prove. I challenge anyone to prove that there was a tittle of evidence against man, woman, or
A
child.
tittle?
So when Anderson
That's
wrote
it.
that there was, quote, no doubt whatever
That's a new word.
as to the identity of the criminal, he
A
merely
tittle.
expressed his personal opinion.
Titties.
There was, in fact, ample doubt and no consensus amongst the police. But in recent years, Aaron Kosminski has been resurrected as a prime suspect due to a controversial DNA analysis. Okay, so back in 1888, Acting Sergeant Amos Simpson is said to have stolen a blood-stained shawl from the crime scene of Catherine Eddowes. This shawl was then passed down from one generation to the next before being submitted for DNA testing in 2011.
That's some creepy
DNA
fucking
samples were
picture. Oh my
extracted from the
gosh.
shawl and then compared against maternal descendants of Eddowes and
That selfie
Kosminski.
picture was like a
In
bit
both
haunting
cases,
to look at.
It was a match. If the subsequent news coverage is to be believed, the mystery is now been, quote, definitively solved. Aaron Kosminski was
What
Jack
happened
the Ripper.
here?
But as you can imagine, it's never quite that simple. First of all, the provenance or chain of custody of the shawl is severely lacking. There is no evidence of a shawl being found at the crime scene, nor is there any evidence of Simpson ever being at the crime scene. Furthermore, a destitute woman like Eddowes is unlikely to have owned such an expensive item. Second of all, the type of DNA used to identify Eddowes and Kosminski was mitochondrial DNA, the powerhouse of the cell. This type of DNA is passed down through the female line and is not unique to any one individual. Thousands can share the same mitochondrial DNA, which means it can't be used to pinpoint a specific person. In the words of a geneticist, based on mitochondrial DNA, one can only exclude a suspect. So to say that the mystery has been definitively solved is widely inaccurate. There's still plenty of room.
And I'm gonna pause it for a moment. That reminds me of a story that my professor talked about in anatomy and physiology. It was it's a it's a really depressing story because it happened apparently. So the topic was on DNA, right? And like I believe what was the word? Was it so like when you gain traits based on physiology, like what's it called? There's like what's the
ご機嫌
English word
う
for
るわ
it?
しゅう
And thank you for the follow. So like yes, like a phenotype. So like is but more specifically like so not specifically phenotype itself, but the way to describe like it overall, like you gained a phenotypic I don't know how to say it. It's been a while. But basically, so it had something to do with eye color, right? And I think she had like blue eyes, and she challenged the professor because it didn't make sense, because the parents had I forget the I forget exactly how it went, but basically both her parents sh- um had eye colors, but none of them would account for a possibility of her getting blue eyes. And she was saying that's not, and she was trying to say that the whole like theory behind like genetic and like the whole like recessive and dominant was wrong. But you know, biology is biology, genetics is genetics. And so she dug into it, and what she found out was that the mother cheated. And it turned out that, yeah, the mother cheated, and they divorced. The parents divorced after finding out. And then she never showed up afterwards to that class because the parents divorced. And like she couldn't go anymore because of it. Yeah, dominant recessive genes, Susan. So based on your what genetic traits you receive from your parents, some physical traits are dominant, others are recessive. Meaning one will be more outgo. Basically, to explain it, some traits will be more prominent than others. You would have to go to it was the Mendel. Someone said it earlier. It was like the Mendel chart or whatever. Like lowercase c, capital T, lowercase a, capital A, etc., etc. One of them likes no, because I don't have one dominant. Not necessarily. You would have to understand like how the Punnett square. That's what it's called. There's a little bit more to it, but the whole oh my gosh, determining genetic that that's a bit of a nightmare on its own. Because if I remember correctly too, it doesn't go just like capital. So like for example, it's not just capital T and lower T. There's like a um sub letters like capital T, lowercase t, and then sub y, sub x, or some shit like that. If I remember. Oh, CK, right, and Lermert too actually. VIP Lermert, VIP CK. Boom. I got. Hey, seen your recent tweet. Congrats, anyways. Proud of you pushing forward on becoming where you come. Thank you, thank you. But yeah. So basically, she found out, yeah, parents cheated. And she learned the hard way because of genetics speaking.
For doubts. So, to recap, a suspect named Kosminski was identified by an unknown witness. This was enough to convince at least one senior officer of his guilt. That
She
suspect
found
may
out
have
her
been
mom's.
Aaron
I wouldn't say
Kosminski,
a hoe
a man
necessarily.
who
Just
was largely non-violent, but once threatened his sister.
yeah,
with
man,
a
she
knife.
cheated.
Aaron can neither be
Like
incriminated
damn.
nor eliminated by the DNA evidence. He spent the rest of his life in psychiatric care and died in 1919 at the age of 53.
They use the plant's example if they want to deal troll. What?
Kosminski was not the only suspect advanced by a high-ranking officer. A completely different suspect who still falls into the same category is Francis Tumblety.
Francis. The fuck? Is Scarlet small or big? I don't even know.
2 days before the murder of Mary Jane Kelly,
Oh,
American
right. When
physician
explaining the
named
genes.
Francis
Oh my
Tumblety
gosh.
was arrested in London. As you can probably tell from this photograph,
Oops.
Tumblety was quite an eccentric character. He was born in Ireland
Okay, I
around
think it should be good.
1833, but was raised in the United States. From an early age, Tumblety gained a reputation for being a medicaster or quack doctor. He engaged in all sorts of medically dubious
Quack
practices
doctor?
and advertised himself as the Indian herb doctor. He promised to cure anything from dyspepsia and scurvy to cancer and blindness.
Yes, I have a
using
design
nothing but
idea.
medicinal herbs. When he was not posing as a doctor, Tumblety was busy running from the law. He was either accused or convicted for crimes like theft and assault, attempt to induce a miscarriage, and manslaughter of a patient. He was even
What?
implicated in the assassination of US President Abraham Lincoln, but was ultimately cleared of suspicion.
Oh my gosh,
Now,
this
in the
guy.
early 1860s, Tumblety is alleged to have hosted a lavish dinner party in Washington. Only men were invited to this dinner, and Tumblety had supposedly expressed fierce hatred of women. Furthermore, he showcased a cabinet in his office in which he stored a vast collection of jars filled with anatomical specimens, some of which were said to contain the wombs of, quote,
Every class of woman.
Oh my
In
gosh.
1869, Tumblety ventured across the Atlantic and visited England for the first time. By his own admission, he roamed the streets of London until he became familiar with every part of it. He advertised himself as the Great American Doctor and had a few skirmishes with the police.
Oh
After
my
a few more
gosh.
voyages between the old world and the new, Tumblety found himself in London in the autumn of 1888. The purpose of his visit and whereabouts at the time of the murders are completely unknown. Tumblety never stayed in one place for long and made frequent use of false names. There is a story of a mysterious lodger leaving behind a blood-stained shirt near the murder site of Elizabeth Stride. This supposedly happened on the night of the murder, and some believe that this lodger was Francis Tumblety. But there is no firm evidence of that, and the entire incident is fraught with uncertainty. What we do know is that Tumblety was arrested in London on November the 7th. According to the press, as well as
This
Tumblety
guy's
himself,
insane.
he was arrested on suspicion of being Jack the Ripper. 2 days later, Mary Jane Kelly was found brutally murdered, and it's unclear whether Tumblety was still in custody or had already been released on bail. Nevertheless,
What?
he was ultimately charged with 4 counts of gross indecency, which had nothing to do with the murders. But Tumblety had no intention of standing trial. Instead, he made his way across the English Channel, boarded a steamship under a false name, and fled back to America. He was pursued by detectives and kept under surveillance, but his offenses were, quote,
Not extraditable.
As such, Tumblety remained in the United States and never returned to England.
But the killings
So to
and
recap, Francis Tumblety was a misogynistic medicaster who was in London at the time of the murders. He even showcased a collection of wombs, and the Ripper did indeed extract the womb from 2 of his victims. I mean, he sounds like the perfect suspect. Perhaps
yeah.
a bit too perfect. There is no doubt that Tumblety was in London in 1888, but the claim that he was a misogynistic collector of human body parts is extremely dubious. It can be traced back to a single article
Dubious.
from December of 1888 featuring an interview with a man named Charles Dunham. Dunham had a long history of spreading misinformation and has been described as a pathological liar, a forger, and a conman. He was
It's
even
for
convicted of
keeping
perjury.
company and
As
showing up
such, there
and
is every
actually
reason to
interacting
believe
as well
that
and
this
so forth.
story is a complete fabrication. Furthermore, Tumblety was both older and taller than the men described by most witnesses.
Tumblety.
Tumblety was said to be, quote,
An enormous man.
who liked to dress in flamboyant and militaristic outfits. It's difficult to imagine a tall, pompous American
Tumblety.
sneaking
Very
around the streets
litty.
of Whitechapel virtually undetected. On the other hand, it's unclear which, if any, of the witness
Tumblety. I'm
accounts
sorry,
can be
I'm
trusted.
having his name.
Then there's the matter of the rings You may recall that 2 brass rings were stolen from the body of Annie Chapman. It's suspected that the rings were taken by the Ripper to be kept as trophies. Now, upon his death in 1903, Tumblety left behind a quite impressive estate. But among his many valuable possessions were a pair of inexpensive imitation rings. Could they have been the same rings taken from the body of Chapman? It's possible. It's also impossible to prove. Chief Inspector John Littlechild regarded Tumblety as a, quote, very likely suspect. And it's not difficult to see why. If the many rumors about him are to be believed, Tumblety had both opportunity and motive to commit the murder.
Litzy.
But therein lies the problem.
Who's
Much
very
of what we know about Tumblety
Litz.
is founded upon unsubstantiated rumors. Tumblety himself was an attention-seeking charlatan with no qualms about lies
Charlatan.
and
I
deception.
haven't heard that word in a
With a
while.
suspect like that, one can never be certain where the lies end and the truth begins.
All we know is that he was very litzy.
To theorize about the identity of Jack the Ripper is to navigate a minefield of hearsay, sophistry, and contradictions. Entire encyclopedias have been dedicated to the compilation of suspects, and with every passing year, they seem to grow ever more expansive. Even though there are hundreds of potential suspects, only a dozen or so are worth more than a brief consideration. Some of the more sensational contenders include famous authors and artists, as well as high-ranking officers and members of the royal family.
High-ranking
But these
officers?
grand conspiracies and
What?
elaborate deceptions seem hopelessly contrived against the sheer simplicity of a suspect like Charles Lechmere, an unassuming delivery man on his way to work. Personally, I remain unconvinced that Jack the Ripper has even been identified as a suspect. The few covered in this video are probable candidates, but it's still possible to make persuasive arguments against them. The same is true of all those left out by necessity. None of them can offer anything more than ambiguity and circumstance. With a suspect pool in the hundreds, that might seem improbable, but London was the largest city in the world, home to the largest port in the world. It was a city of millions, with a large population of poorly documented drifters. It's not difficult to imagine one lowly sailor, butcher, medic, soldier, barber, merchant, porter,
See,
blending
that's what
into
I
the
like.
slums of Whitechapel, like a grain of sand.
That's what I like about Lemino. He leaves it open-ended for you guys as well. That's what I really like about his stuff. Let me go ahead and hide this real quick. Let's see if there's one more. Oh, there has been any update. Do you guys want to watch? I want to rewatch one video, and I think I'll end stream for now. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where is it? I don't know if you guys have seen Internet Historian, but I love him. Just ignore what you're seeing right now.
Sponsored by that game everyone loves. Scientists are racing to unlock the secrets of the cosmos. Questions we once thought impossible to answer are within our grasp. Where does the sun go at night? Is math related to science? If the universe is so big, then why won't it fight me? As we look further into the universe, we see light from distant stars, eons old, perhaps hundreds, even thousands of miles away.
You don't see it? I'm sorry.
Can I get a zoom in on that?
You bet I can. This is one of the world's most powerful telescopes. Initiating 6 times zoom.
Can this baby do 7?
I can do you one better. Maneuvering to 8 times zoom.
Pressure rising, holding steady. I can see it. Unblur.
It won't hold.
Get me 8.5 times.
You're a madman.
Upscale it to 4K.
The helium tanks will go critical.
Opening the blinds. Hold
Did it
steady.
pause? Oops, my
Uncropping and
bad.
increasing aspect ratio.
There you go.
Now, punch it. There it is. Life on another world. And to think, we owe it all to one indie development studio. Hello Games.
You're also making another map. You're like making 4 maps at the
Let's
same
start
time.
at
This
the
one's just Crumpet's room.
Yeah, it's rewind time. Okay, the year is 2009, Guildford, England. There's a man named Sean Murray, and he's just founded a company called Hello Games. Sean and the boys are working hard on a brand new IP called Joe Danger.
Yeah, this is just a map for
2010
Crumpet.
AD, the game just came
I
out.
finished a
It's
Hot Tub
success.
one
They're a
already.
small team, but they are
I've been
ambitious.
catching up a lot
Let's
on
do
my
something
mapping
bigger,
schedule.
said Sean. Let's reach for the stars. How about Joe Danger 2? Brilliant. It's 2012. Joe Danger 2 has just come out. But,
Oh
that
shit,
one
I
doesn't
made it too
perform.
large.
We need to do something even bigger than Joe Danger 2. Joe Danger 3? No. Even more.
Is Rob ever going to
out
use the
of this
podcast map?
world,
Yeah, he's
something
used it a couple of
no
times.
man
He wanted
has done
to make it
before?
his homeworld as well. So I
Joe
added
Danger, the
a room
mobile
to it
game?
and such.
Yes. And that came
Can't wait
out
for
in
Rob to find an
2014.
Easter.
Seriously, guys, biggest thing you can think of. I'm just
Yeah, I
distracted
finished the hot tub
running the figures
today.
up. Sean pondered for a moment, then turned and looked wistfully into the mirror.
And this one's
Reflected
just
back
for
was the
Crumpet's
visage
birthday.
of
It's
Neil
just
deGrasse
gonna be
Tyson.
his
If you're
room.
gonna make
That's
a
about
space
it.
game, first person, have never been done before. How about that?
I'm going up in orbit to repair the Hubble telescope.
So that's not a knife. Who are you gonna have sex with? How much microwaves are coursing through your body now?
Hi, basic. Oh, basic,
The planet.
basic,
Said no.
and Cliff Bar.
Space game. Procedural generation
Boom.
planet.
C1IF
that sounds
bar.
good.
Boom.
Yes, we all agree. So they set to work, cobbled together a prototype, and by VGX 2013, they are ready to announce another new IP. No Man's Sky. Check it out. Check it out.
Wait, you too. Boom.
Oh, this is special.
How's the mapping going? I finished Rob's hot tub map for the most part.
It's 2014, and it's E3 hype time. No Man's Sky has promised to be a game like no
Some of
other.
the BTTV modes?
A
Probably.
practically boundless experience.
Are you
vibrant
handing
with
out so
life,
many
color, and
VIPs?
things to
Just happy
explore.
today?
What's over there? You'll have to be the one to discover it. And then,
Yeah,
wow,
I guess
look
that's
at that
part of
big
it.
thing
I'd
dinosaur,
say
holy shit.
watch the
And
beginning of
Roman Lake,
VOD,
we're in space
but
having a
I also
battle
have
amongst
tons
a
of
giant
VIP
fleet.
slots open.
Claim a planet as
I don't
your
know
own.
what to do with them
Explore
either,
the
so
galaxy with your
I'm
friends.
just giving it to
Okay,
people that I
that's
see
it. This is gonna be
constantly
the best game
visiting
ever, you
chat
guys.
or
It even
hanging
won
out with me while I
awards for its
suffer
time.
in
And
mapping.
it will release in June 2016. The hype train was officially loading up and ready to chug out of the station. At every stop of the journey, there would be press junkets talking about the amazing scale of the game. Spread across 18 quintillion planets. It's so vast that by the time you finish exploring it all,
Yeah, skip the
I would
first 10
have
minutes because
2
I didn't realize I
new
was muted
videos
the whole
uploaded.
time. And I've been
Sean
trying to
himself
talk to
was doing
people.
the interviews,
And I realized
because who
afterwards, I was like,
better to
fucking
talk
now.
about the game than the lead guy himself. He went from interview to interview, and with each question, the answers he gave raised people's expectations of the game's scope.
Can you land on a comet? yeah, at the moment you can land on asteroids.
I remember that promise too.
Grief other players.
That you can land on a fucking asteroid and shit.
Building your own like massively multiplayer world that's procedurally generated.
Sand planets like
I
Enduring
remember that
Warriors,
promise, and it was like,
walking
what the?
sentinels, hacking,
I thought it
so
was cool, and then,
sophisticated that light diffracts through
jeez.
the atoms. They had to redevelop the whole periodic table to make it work.
What?
Even Elon Musk was hyped for it. 2 years go by. It's early 2016, and that hype train is really moving now. Perhaps one of the biggest in video game history. Reddit was shoveling most of the gamer fuel. Skeptics and naysayers are treated as ballast and thrown from the carriage doors. Pre-orders open, and they are doing very well. The date is booked in. Some are even taking the day off
That
work.
should be good
So much
for
hype there is
that.
that... Uh-oh. Jason Schreier of the soon-to-be-defunct Kotaku is about
The
to
hype was
swallow
insane.
the
Yeah,
He announces
like,
a delay.
jeez.
From June 2016 to August.
Oh my god.
Liar, the incensed audience cried. Please be quiet, they said. And death threats, too. But he was 100% right.
Has he done one on
A week later,
Cyberpunk?
the
Not
delay
yet.
is
I have a
officially
killer
announced.
headache, so I'm probably just gonna like
Ooh, sorry,
fucking
lads,
trying to
we need
relax.
more
Alright,
polish,
thank you for
said
dropping by,
Sean in his
Basic.
usual accent. To that, Sean received some death threats too, by the way. Although he didn't take them as seriously or go to the police. Yet.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
But the impatient crowd relaxed a bit and said, fine, we will wait. But we
I don't know how
expect a
anyone's
level of quality
survived by NMS.
no man has
Literally,
ever
anyone
seen.
could have just read about leading up to release and know that we're going into
Speaking of waiting,
limitations for playing
Shadow
visible.
Mania.
Yeah,
Have
they
you heard
were.
of Rady Shady? My wife died in a
Everyone
plane
say
crash.
bye to Basic.
Let's get serious for a moment.
Stare
Raid
at
isn't just a
Basic.
game with
Be like,
15
I could
million downloads
stare.
in the last 6
Bye,
months.
and then hug
It's
them.
a lifestyle. Think differently.
Think
Play
differently.
Raid differently. Achieve your dreams. I'm sorry, sir. You've contracted raids. That's good. Congratulations, it's Gorgorub of the Undead Horde.
My life, Bonezu.
You just collected one of over 400 champions. Why, hello there. Have you heard about the online RPG PvP? It's extremely well reviewed on the Play Store. Oh, you remind me of my wife. Raid is more than just a game. It's a reassuring pat on the back from your dad.
Jonah W.
It's a warm bowl of soup on a cold night. It's one last dance at your wife's funeral.
How do I want to do this door? Oh gosh, I just realized. I think I might have made this door a little bit too wide.
Christmas, kids.
Hmm.
And if you download now, kids, using the link in the description below, you can get an extra 50k
Uh-huh.
Epic Champion. Wow, you're the best dad
I guess it's okay
ever.
like this.
Wait, Mom's dead?
Raid Shadow Legends.
Ad over. So let's talk about the team in charge of all that polishing. It's small. Tiny.
I think I'll have to
In
remove
fact,
the bed
I
for
haven't
now.
been able to find a
I'll have to
smaller
do
team
other
behind a
stuff
AAA
first.
release. All of these expectations are on the shoulders of just 6 people, expanding to a team of 15 by the end of production. July. It's just a couple of weeks until the release date. Whatever the state of the game by now, however much it's finished, that's what's going out. The Hello Games team celebrates with this iconic image.
The quintessential soy face.
They're exhausted. Look at what video game production does to a man.
God, what's wrong with your face?
Nonetheless, they continue, working on the day one patch, and... uh-oh. Sure, if your game isn't coming out for another 2 weeks, then why is there a box copy on eBay? That's right, it's a leak. Someone broke the embargo and is selling early access to the highest bidder, and the bids start rolling in. It reaches $1,300 US, sold to some guy with the Reddit handle Damien. He gets his hands on it and starts uploading footage to YouTube and Daily Motion.
Daily Motion.
Said Sean and Sony. Damien finished it a lot quicker than expected, but he gave it a decent review.
There are things I don't like, there are things I like, but at the end of the day, when I say to myself, what is this game supposed to be? This, what I'm looking at right here.
It's crazy how much
this
they
is what the
updated and
game is
added to No
supposed
Man's
be.
Sky and
noted a
still keep
few
going. It's
problems,
true.
but said he was
It's
optimistic that
true.
they would be ironed out
I think
with the day one patch.
their approach to deal to like how they handled it afterwards was actually
It's
really
another
good.
leak. Some retailers broke the official release date, journalists too, and they started streaming playthroughs of the game. What the fuck? Sony tried to DMCA all these videos, but their aim was terrible.
Round of applause, everyone. We've officially become No Man's censored by Sony.
Our news story from earlier this week about No Man's Sky leaks has been hit with a copyright strike on YouTube.
They went bumbling around from platform to platform, just taking down any video that even talked about the leak or showed the trailer footage. But it was too late. The footage had people talking more skeptically about the game.
It started off real shit, but then it got better.
And it was looking like the
And
weight of
they
all these
stuck to it
expectations
rather than
had
just
become
making a new
too much.
game.
And the whole thing was about to give.
Yeah, they keep giving free updates
It's
too.
August.
But I think
Everyone's
because of
here.
that,
We all
the
want
people
the
are just
game.
buying the game
We're
at that point,
fucking
and it's
hyped.
like it's
Here we
keeping up
go,
the popularity.
Oh dear lord, it isn't finished. Hello, Sean. It is me, the auditor of games. I used to work at an astronomy lab. Don't worry about that.
Don't worry.
It seems like you've made a lot of promises. Promises that you have not kept. Let's go through the checklist. Have you got
Yeah,
any
rather
large-scale
than just like
joinable space
abandoning the project, they kept at it.
Nobody would want that.
ringed
And
planets.
then,
no.
and in return, it just became a huge
At
success.
least let me play as a trader.
Some may call this junk. Me, I call them.
No.
Those sand planets from
No.
Jupiter. I might. Please, Sean, there must be rivers.
No, it's not.
Animals interact with each other in the environment?
No.
Packs of walking sentinels, Sean.
No.
I'm literally crying right now. Should I even ask whether I can play as a space pirate?
No.
Factions with different attributes.
You picked the wrong house, fool!
Fly between star systems manually.
But nobody's actually done it yet.
No.
If I can maneuver like in the trailer, I'll still be happy.
No.
No.
Well, day-night cycles determined by the
No.
orbit of the sun.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Land on an asteroid, radio chat, and name your ship, hacking, portals, all that stuff about the elements, Sean.
No.
This is not good, Sean. This is very not good. And ironically, the only bugs this game doesn't have are the butterflies in the demo. Buried buildings, aggressive emojis, tractor beam malfunctions, animal husbandry, oil slick world, raining
Wait,
grass,
animal?
retarded
Oh,
animals
okay.
doing retarded things. Ships' interiors disappear. First-person mode as a gun. That's not how flying works. That's my only means of transportation, leaving the planet. Take off. Really take off. Holes in the map. Holes in my graphics card. Whole lot of nothing from down here. Textures bugging out. Animals bugging out. Animals breakdancing.
Was this video made right after launch?
Hello there.
No, it's been made a few months after the launch, the initial launch, if I remember correctly.
Okay, that's a lot of stuff. I get the picture. No, wait. Poor graphics rendering. Some can't even start the game. Frame rate issues, constant crashes. Major publications are having trouble playing the game on their machines. Even the best 1080 Ti's are stuttering. Alt-tabbing? That's a guaranteed crash. Desktop notifications? That's a crash. Playing the game? That's a crash. Changing options in the game without restarting? You'll get this. And if you got the pre-order version with the bonus spaceship, you might have a problem.
But still
Your
before
spaceship
audits.
already comes with a
It was like
hypertype
during
inside it.
the process of more
Right.
updates.
No, because you have to craft it in order to finish the tutorial missions. And if you haven't finished the tutorial missions, you can't leave the star system. So whoops, until they patch it, you're stranded.
That's why
I didn't even know.
give my kids No Man's Sky. That fool.
Ah, my ship's in bits! Okay, thank you.
Just a quick note about how high expectations were for this game and just how many people bought it on release, myself included. Over 750,000 purchases on Steam at launch. It's the single best-selling game on the PlayStation Store that month. And the large proportion of people who bought it in the hopes of playing with their friends, well, you're in for a surprise. This one is a literal game changer.
Is it even possible to meet up with your friends in No Man's Sky? The answer is absolutely yes, it's possible.
On multiple occasions, Sean said it was definitely in the game.
Will you be able to play with your friends? Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you run into other people, other players on the game?
Yeah.
But then just before the release, Sean posted this cryptic tweet. To be super clear, No Man's Sky is not a multiplayer game. Please don't go in looking for that experience. Oh, what? So there's no multiplayer function? But then the next line contradicts that. Because the chances of two players ever crossing paths in a universe this big is pretty much zero. Oh, so it is multiplayer. You just have to overcome this finding each other hurdle.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah! Right? No, it's more confusing than that. Because the box doesn't mention online play, just network features. And the collector's edition had its online play icon stickered over. So customers are going, which one is it, Sean? Just tell us if it has multiplayer or it doesn't have multiplayer. Sean wouldn't give any answers. But after hundreds of thousands of purchases, people soon took it upon themselves to find out. Despite the claims that it would be so improbable.
Chances of that are incredibly rare, just because of the size and probability.
On the very first day, two people noticed they were only 4 star systems from one another, and they met up on the same planet in a live stream. Oh dear.
A black pillar.
Our streams are exactly lined up. If you go look at my stream, we're looking at the exact same area right now if you don't move.
Yep, that's the same spot. And they can't see each other.
I'm alone!
That settles it. It's not multiplayer because it's so big. It's not multiplayer because it's just not fucking multiplayer. And this led to quite a revolt. What did Sean have to say about all this? So amazing, 2 people found each other on the first day. That has blown my mind.
So why can't we see other players in game?
Wow, so many of you playing.
Yeah, Sean, but what?
Truly amazing. My mind is blown.
So what's the
Shit.
like?
Is it
I
any good?
know.
That is difficult to say.
Well, it certainly is stylish and pretty, and there are a lot of places to explore. But that doesn't mean there's much to find. In fact, the game boils down to a very simple rule.
I've seen a YouTube of
Hold
Cold
down
One
the trigger
trying
to pick up resources,
to go
deal with
strong
the full
strings and
inventory,
get that.
get an upgrade,
Okay,
leave
I'll
the
try it
planet,
next time.
Go to another planet. Hold down the trigger, deal with
I'll
the
make
full
like a video
inventory, get an upgrade, leave the
suggestion
planet, go to another
channel
planet.
in the
Hold down
Discord.
trigger, deal with the full inventory, leave the planet, go to another planet, deal with the full inventory, get an upgrade, leave the planet, go to another planet. That's it. $60, ladies and gentlemen.
That is such a grind though. Holy shit. I wouldn't be able to do that.
Part of your multi-tool that shoots bullets instead of the mining beam. Refuel your launch thrusters. It's busy work that makes it look like you have something to do. It's not real.
How dare you?
What followed was one of the most dramatic crashes in player numbers in gaming history. Sales in the UK fell by 81% in the second week. Concurrent players on Steam dropped from 212,000 in August to just over 2,000 by September and fewer than 1,000 by October. And what followed that was
John.
perhaps the biggest pylon in gaming history. Reviewers on YouTube panned the game.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You done fucked it up!
I had no hype, and I can tell you that, even without that disappointment, this game is hot garbage.
Has anyone coined Sean Mourinho yet?
Numerous times within the first 2 hours of the game, I kept saying, this is it, fuck this shit.
Reviewers in the media were almost as harsh.
Devastating realization that most of the crafting, combat, and other activities you do on and between those planets ranges between bemusing and outright bad.
The criticism was deafening. And a lot of it really funny and creative. Krobycat made a video that captured the sentiment of that day, and if you haven't seen it yet, you're missing out. So people are furious. The game is boring, and soon people discover that complaining about the game is actually more fun than playing it.
Wait, I'm now 3.5 hours into the tutorial, pretty much.
So they started complaining about it like they were grinding for an achievement.
This sucks.
Fucking Minecraft in space.
Many people made compilations of all the unfulfilled promises. One guy on the subreddit compiled a big list of all the missing features. Front page. Self-defense for No Man's Sky? Enjoy your downvote. In fact, the entire No Man's Sky subreddit was in such disarray it had to be locked. So by the end of the month, Metacritic was like scrolling through a bowl of Cheerios. By October, it was one of the worst rated games on Steam, with an aggregate of mostly negative from more than 70,000 reviews. The outrage at the game was headline news for weeks on dozens of games news publications, and the price on eBay, Amazon, and secondhand at GameStop was crashing through the floor. Please, no more. But the beatings had only just begun. The demo planet was of course, totally scripted and not randomly generated at all.
I've just got to pick one of these at random. If anything horrible goes wrong, just keep in mind that I've not been here before.
It wasn't some level that we built or something like that, even though I think it looks quite
What's
nice
funny is I
and
actually enjoyed
People watching
NS
would wonder why you're
No
showing
Man's Sky
this
on launch. I put
area
200 hours into
What's
it
so
before the
special
first
about
major
the game
console.
on this planet?
Well,
No,
you're
no,
one of
no,
the
it's
fews.
just
Oh,
place that looks
carcasses.
nice.
Bad Murray.
I smile at
I could
you
have
and
edited
I
some, you know,
rapidly throw VIP at
crazy
you.
thing that would happen. You know what I mean? The normal thing of like, and then a monster emerges from behind the mountains. You know.
People see what's going on with the game and feel lied to. This is false advertising, they say, and angry customers start scoping out a lawsuit. On September 28th, the ASA busts through the door and goes, "Yep, too many complaints. We're going to investigate." But then soon after, the ASA cleared them of any legal wrongdoing. Technically, the only thing they're interested in is what's on the back of the box, what's on the store page, and what's on the Steam page. So it's technically not false advertising. But of course, technically not illegal doesn't mean much to an angry audience. October 28th, Hello Games Twitter is hacked. The hacker posts, "No Man's Sky was a mistake," and is shitting on the game in the replies. Turns out Sean didn't use two-factor authentication on his LinkedIn, and that's how they got in. They also sent discrediting emails to journalists, which they knew would rile people up if published. Some people even show up to their offices to take photos and knock on the door, even at night and on the weekend. They posted empty pictures of the office, so naturally out of context, this started rumors that Hello Games simply took the money and ran. This in addition to numerous bomb and death threats during that period. Those ones Sean did have to take seriously.
Regular intervention from police and Scotland Yard and things like that.
And while Sony didn't quite throw them under the bus, it was more like a gentle push under a minivan when Sony president Shohei Yoshida admitted that Hello Games did not have a great PR strategy for No Man's Sky. The press took the ball with that one and ran. But despite all of this, all of the negative press, they were actually nominated for a couple of awards. But by this point, Murray and the other members of Hello Games were so downtrodden and so sure they weren't going to win that they opted to go elsewhere for dinner.
And the Innovation Award goes to No Man's Sky.
Oh, I spilled my plate.
This lovely trophy going once.
Oops.
I'm going to accept this on the behalf of Hello Games, and congratulations to them. And now I'm going to walk off stage like I planned that whole thing.
By this point,
They
got to
got
feel just a little
nominated.
bit
It
sorry.
wasn't even there.
And then what followed that was the final straw for many. No particular incident, but a lack of incidents. Silence. Over 3 months of not a damn word from No Man's Sky. Where are they? Where is my refund? Where is Murray? Shouted into the void. The game was over. And it was dead.
Sorry, there was like milk everywhere, so it looked like I've been bukkake. I'm just cleaning it up right now.
year is 2000 AD. Sean has just graduated.
I was
from
eating cereal
university
earlier.
and is headed into the big wide world. He rises up the ranks at a number of studios, eventually working as a technical lead for Black.
It's all
and
sticky
technical
too.
director for Burnout 3.
Oh, it's all over me.
When Burnout's developer is bought by EA, he is in his late 20s. And he and 3 of his buddies decide to leave and start their own
It's all over my lap too as well.
Hello Games. This was a risky venture.
So we done this incredibly foolish thing of like quitting our job.
It tastes good though.
To sit down and try and decide what the game was going to be.
You know,
Together
I'm gonna
they
eat more
create their
cereal. I'm
first title,
hungry.
Joe Danger. They work on this game day and night. In fact, even once they were
Let me
arrested in their
position
own office because the
myself
police thought they were there to
real
rob the place. Because who would be working at 11 p.m. on a Sunday night? But they had to work that hard. Like any startup, it was a huge financial and professional risk. They had no income. They were working in a tiny room above an old
Hi,
tile
Citymon. Thank you for this
living off
hand.
savings. And to keep the project running, Sean even sold his house.
So we made a really tough and probably at the time.
I'm eating cereal right now.
It's kind of almost embarrassing.
What kind of
to
cereal?
talk
It's
about. I sold my house and just basically went
s'mores.
all in and funded what we were doing, which is not something I would recommend anyone else do.
But by June 8th, 2010, they had done it. The game was good. And they could breathe a sigh of relief because on the very first day it hit the PlayStation Store, they made their money back. 2 years later, Joe Danger 2 was released. It was not the commercial success they had hoped for, and they didn't want to just keep pumping out sequels. That was a trap big players in the industry had fallen into. In his spare time, Sean started working on a prototype for a procedurally generated game. They took another gamble and scrambled to get a trailer out in time to present at VGX 2013. So the project is official now, and the pressure is on. Around this time, Sean is also looking to start a family.
I get a cereal.
Current to
It's
all
just
this
milk.
development, he would go on to have 3 kids. So the weight of responsibility is really
I remember
high
seeing
on
that
them.
trailer first
But their
released
hard
too.
work will pay off, as they're finally going to have a chance for some R&R around Christmas.
They woke up to find their homes flooded, their cars submerged, and their plans for Christmas Day very much ruined.
Bad news. Rain. Rain and flooding in the south of England.
It
right
is?
around
I
the
didn't even
Hello Games
recognize
office.
it.
They are
Also,
completely
this though
inundated,
is
and they
shitty.
return
The
from
whole
their holidays
flooding.
to find laptops floating around at waist height. But some good news. They hadn't lost any data. So they pull together. Soldier on. Development continues. So there they are, working in a damp office, and then ding dong. Ooh, who's at the door? It's Danish mathematician Dr. Johan
Day.
Gjellis. He's seen the game, and he says, they are using my super formula in perfect English, and there is a potential for a lawsuit. Sean says they didn't, and he can prove it. So they have a meeting, and the claim is eventually dropped. Lawsuit evaded. So back to work, guys. Ding dong. It's Sky Television. They've seen the game.
You are infringing on our Sky trademark.
They said in perfect text-to-speech. They had succeeded in getting Microsoft to change SkyDrive to OneDrive, and they were about to give gamers No Man's 1 under threat of lawsuit. But this lawsuit didn't just go away. The threat loomed over them for the next 3 years, right up until the month before release. So they get back to work, and ding-dong. It's Sony, with some good news for once. We like a game, kid. We want to feature it front and center and make you a big star. This could mean millions of dollars in additional revenue. They said, yeah. But along
Yeah,
with
this
it,
guy
a
got
lot
a
of
big
press
deal.
for this game would need to be done. Being a small team, they didn't have anyone for PR. They had their designers, they had their developers, and that was about it. So it's up to Murray. Sean's in his early 30s now. Not super young, but relatively young, and inexperienced for this type of media circuit. This deal with Sony put extra pressure on them. It set deadlines. It's not that it's Sony's fault, but they're locked in now with much less flexibility. So So when May rolls around and they have no option but to delay, even if they wanted to ask for an extra 6 to 12 months of development, which they really need, it's probably too much to ask for. So they extend from late June to August.
I do three of
Only
them.
6 weeks.
I don't know.
From here, you can predict what's going to happen to multiplayer and a bunch of other promised features.
No
So here's how the hype happened. Scope of game. Time. And here's the line which shows the reality of development. Progress is steady and ends in August 2016. Now here is the line of player expectations. It should start out here and follow along the purple, but the overhyping trailer comes out and puts us way up here. In this trailer, it features a bunch of things that Hello Games thinks they're capable of having in the game by 2016.
Imagine a game
Then it's
called
announced
that.
for PlayStation.
No
It costs
one.
$60 and there's a collector's edition. Second, even bigger mistake. That puts us all the way up here. And I think this is the
Yeah,
main
I'm
problem,
done. I
because
want to eat my
price
cereal
tags
in peace.
set expectations.
And I want to
For a
get back to
$60 game,
mathing.
it's seriously barren and disappointing. Now, if they were $20 as an indie game or an alpha, no problem. But when they gave it the AAA treatment, people rightfully aligned their expectations with other games in that category. That is the main reason customers' expectations were so skewed. Then Murray went to interviews, exacerbating the problem. Every time he mentioned a feature in the game, even in passing, fans set their expectations to AAA heights for that feature.
I have to go to
Some
sleep.
people think the interviews are the
That's
main
great.
problem.
Okay.
In my
Thank you,
humble
CK.
opinion,
Thank you for
not so
dropping
much.
by.
Most people never saw these interviews.
I'm not okay.
It's
No
not that
one
rickety
is okay.
12-foot ladder Sean standing on that's the main problem. It's the 900-foot building he's perched it on in the first place. So the obvious solution here would be an official statement. Hey guys, look, don't expect a 10 out of 10. Expect more of a 5 out of 10. No, the publisher just sank an enormous investment of marketing and opportunity into the game. What's wrong with you? And that would be a huge middle finger to them. The publisher isn't going to make you hype the shit out of your game, but you can't talk it down either. So, he's kind of stuck up there. In some ways, during the interview, he tries to temper expectations, but it's limited.
Can you build a space station? No.
But let's not gloss over the interviews. Sean is a technical guy. He's a developer. He's also the introverted type. And the big lights and stuff on camera does not come naturally to him.
Is it super nerve-wracking to talk on stage at E3?
Yes.
It's so stupid,
Yes,
but
definitely. I personally find going on stage at E3 like the hardest thing I've ever done. That's something that I would have had in a nightmare before. You know what I mean? It's
Literally the hardest thing you've ever done?
Yeah.
Still, he stepped up and took interviews for his game from 2013 to 2016. And the main thing people wanted to hear about were the features.
Can you have more than...
So every planet, will there be wormholes?
Right.
At what point...
Do you get points or anything?
From these interviews, people took Sean to be a liar, a Peter Molyneux, or a chess
Okay.
his game on whatever reputation.
Sometimes the stupid
But I
jokes
think
really
the
get
truth
to
is
me.
more complicated than that. Sean and the team are indie developers working on a new IP. Their project and plans are constantly in flux. They have no idea how large chunks of the game are
No
going to
man's
look,
boy.
especially not a couple of years out from release. And crucially, Sean doesn't understand that something mentioned in
I'm crying.
2013,
I didn't stop.
even said in
You guys are
passing,
making me cry.
is going to be seen as a
Stop
promise
it.
in the year 2016, even if by then you've decided to focus on the game. For example, orbiting around the sun.
Day has turned it out because the planet has actually rotated on its axis.
No
This
man's
originally
one.
was in the game, but it caused the player too much confusion. It kept being reported as a bug in the beta, as people left the planet and then returned to find everything different. But nonetheless, into the line compilation it goes. So while they're still essentially formulating the game, the media all want a piece of Sean and to report on features first. Conversely, Sean thinks the reporters might help him to temper down things by emphasizing that Hello Games is an indie studio. But that is not how journalism is done. This is how journalism is done.
Can you customize...
There will never be a 2?
Sort of.
Full customization confirmed in No Man's Sky.
Oh my gosh. Because they keep releasing updates rather than making a new game.
The press kind of operates downstream from the community because things are click driven as to what stories you get served and things like that. But a rumor would surface from Reddit straight to the front page.
There's all this hype, and the project has increased in scope dramatically and keeps increasing as the months go by until a point. They are close to the deadline and have to delay, and the reality of what they can achieve in the little time remaining is staring them in the face. They know they're not going to be putting out a finished game. They're worried. There's nothing more they can do. And the fear that they will disappoint the audience is growing on Sean.
I just hope Battlefield doesn't do this where they keep delaying it and then it's not even... I mean,
worry about
the beta was really good as it was so far.
Upon release, all of
aside
these
from a
clips
lot
are
of
seen as
the
proof
bugs that
Sean
were
is a
going
liar.
on.
And what doesn't help is his body language. I mean, it's kind of the body language of someone who is lying. And this is why I mentioned he's an introvert. Remember, he's a technical lead. Actually, a really good one. But not a salesman. Cut him just a little bit of slack, because this is simply how he talks. Here are some innocuous questions, and he answers them honestly.
Lead producers on No Man's Sky?
Yeah, I guess I'm a developer on it. I suppose the creator or something like that.
No, I really like making games.
Yes, Susan?
I don't necessarily love talking.
Okay, I'm good.
I think you did a good job.
Check them?
Even,
Okay.
you guys are very nice.
Mate, seriously.
Whoa,
Same body
boobies!
And Jesus Christ, they have him up on stage and in front of cameras and bright lights and on the goddamn Colbert Report. Try keeping your nerve on that. Nonetheless,
Oh wait, I
read
was
that
right. Oh my
context.
gosh.
The clips have him cemented in the community.
I was just joking about it because I didn't see the DM yet.
So the graph plays out right to release. And that graph,
It looks
actually a
nice.
track. And that track is what the hype train runs on. So it comes barreling up the hill.
But where's the girl
Instead of
cock?
neatly pulling into the station, it comes crashing
There has
right
to be girl
through the
cock
roof.
too.
The disaster unfolds. They are absolutely shit on. So there were Sean and Hello Games, surrounded by the rubble of their former reputation. Punished Sean was at his lowest point.
I need the
hated by
NSFW
the
one
majority of
for
the gaming community. But they were still
masturbation.
alive, and they had made tens of millions of dollars. They were left with two choices. Take the money, start a new project, and be a pariah, a cautionary tale of the industry and hated by the gaming community forever. Or pick themselves up,
Gridlock.
get back to work, and with potentially no profit
Not even
motive,
research. Yeah,
finish
I'm
the
an
game.
honest person.
It allowed me to do
Tencent,
something
I
that
would
I've always
masturbate
done
to
in
it.
difficult times, whether
Hell
it's
yeah.
crappy bosses that I've dealt with before or crappy situations at school growing up. I got my head down, I sat in front of a computer, and I made games, which is what I enjoy.
They picked number 2.
I make
So,
maps.
Here's the plan.
But do I enjoy it?
The team is assigned to fixing
It's
bugs and the
bittersweet.
most obvious problems.
So I kind of
Go.
understand.
Sean tells the team to stop reading all the overwhelmingly negative feedback on the game, and he reroutes all of it to his personal devices. Emails, forum posts, Google News alerts, player feedback, it's all going directly to him now. Then he starts breaking that down into data sets. People who haven't bought the game.
Is
people
this
who have
rod
bought it
too
and played it
thick?
for 100 hours. People who have returned it, etc. Then he starts
I feel
compiling
like
those
it's too
complaints
thick.
into usable data, focusing on the people with the most sincere experience of the game.
I think it is.
Then we start making a big laundry list of all the things that need adding and prioritizing. First thing to fix is that full inventory. Then community mod support. Then a third thing, etc., etc.
Needs to be a little
This
bit
is going
smaller
to
so
take
it
an
looks like
enormous amount of
it's in.
work to pull off.
I think
and
that
they're
should
not
be
going to
right
make
there.
the same
Okay.
mistake twice.
That should be
So they
fine.
would need to sharply adjust their PR strategy. Anything they said right now, an admission of guilt
For hanging clothes.
would be met with criticism.
Out of
Tonight,
context, it sounds like I'm talking about
not that
dicks.
bad, would be met with criticism. Corporate speak. Well, we endeavored to make the best game we could, and we are proud of what we have. Would
I
be
like the
met with
approach they did
criticism.
take, though.
Half of the problems
They went like
have been caused by speaking too much.
they
So
decided
were
to
going
do something.
a complete 180. Instead of adding more fuel to the fire, Instead of accidentally promising fixes that might also not be delivered, they wouldn't speak to the press again.
Female traits you're talking about, I'd say that's a generalization, but you've used...
They were going to speak to the community directly from now on. So they told the audience they were working on it and went completely silent. One day passed. No word.
Alright, Susan, will
2
do.
days.
Thank you.
A week. Have you heard from Hello Games? They just had this disastrous release. Nope, haven't seen them. I hope they're working on the game. 2 weeks. Dude, are you working on this thing? Just ignore them. Just work. 3 weeks. Okay, what the fuck is going on?
WTF, it's locked.
A month. They took the fucking money and ran, didn't they? Didn't say anything. It's not.
I like the approach they did.
2
It was a very, like...
3 months. By now, most people were convinced that the game was abandoned.
It's a very
They had
difficult
made their
choice to
money.
make, but I think
all
they
over.
chose right to take this approach. At least in my
After
opinion.
over 100 days of absolute silence, a tweet. Foundation. The first big patch. It is me, Sean.
Sean.
Sean, I am mad at you. It has been too long. But I bring you gifts. This accent sucks.
Yeah, instead of
It brought
just
Facebook,
words, they did
new game
actions.
modes, farming,
That's what I am
cows,
personally all about.
and freighters,
Like,
as
I'd
well
rather
as a lot of
see
bug fixes.
actions
have to
being
try harder
taken
than that,
than
Sean,
just,
to win
you know.
It still fell well shy.
And thank you for the
on this
follow.
game.
I hope
Too
you
little,
enjoy your stay.
too late. So Sean left, returned to his team, and got back to work. A few more months went by, and then another tweet. Pathfinder.
What do we have here?
What the fuck? Oh, it's usual. I bring you online base sharing, own multiple starships, starship specialization, multi-tool specialization and classes, permadeath modes.
They went
vehicles you
from
can
being
drive
the
around
best
in,
example
and
for a
create
bad,
race tracks
for
people with
about
time
developer to one of the greatest examples for a great dev. Yeah.
Look at this. Okay, that's pretty good, but I'm still mad, and there's still a ton promised that isn't in the game yet. So Sean went away once more. A few more months went by. Knock,
If
knock.
only Fall hit the
Okay,
scene.
Sean, what is it now?
Hi,
I bring
Sabanas.
you
Welcome back.
An overhaul to the storyline. New worlds, crashed freighters, space combat, terrain editing, portals, procedural mission system, interstellar trading, and joint exploration. By now, people were really starting to warm to No Man's Sky again, and to Hello Games.
The game has, in many ways, exceeded what was promised.
It's a substantially better game now.
No Man's Sky is back, baby!
People saw this was an honest effort to fix the game, and the number of employees working on it was growing, from a studio of 15 to 25. Sean Murray and Hello Games social media also started becoming more active and engaging with the audience. The subreddit was flourishing once more. The price of the game secondhand on Amazon, eBay, and GameStop was going up. Then a few more months went by. Next, a really big patch.
Oh my god. Holy shit! I just got goosebumps.
To be super clear, No Man's Sky is not fuck that. Here's the full and proper multiplayer experience. Ringed planets, third-person mode, character customization, a galactic atlas on an external website for the community, vast overhauls to base building and crafting and resources, and it also brought the game to Xbox. In fact, with the release of Next in July 2018, No Man's Sky was the 6th top-selling console game for the month. It climbed its way back into Steam's top 10. It reached nearly 100,000 concurrent players. It brought another $24 million across all platforms. Their Steam rating went from mixed to very positive.
They literally
People
rebuilt
were
the.
getting
Oh, that's
back
actually
on board
really good
in a
then.
big
If
way.
they did that.
But
Like,
they weren't done yet. Better creatures, weird underwater shit, discoveries in bases
Shit.
and environments and equipment, and it keeps going. New biomes, more diversity, archaeology, more things to discover. By now, Sean and the gaming inspector, personification of the gaming community, had literally patched things up and were making out on the couch. which was when
Oh,
he released
yeah.
his biggest patch to date of this video. Free VR support. Not a whole other game you have to pay for, like some titles. Overhauls to NPCs,
That's true, they made it
tech trees, base building,
free.
streamlined multiplayer, ride animals around. All sorts of stuff that was never promised in the first place. And they're still
No,
adding
No
this.
Man's Sky's
Someone at
the biggest
Valve,
redemption
who was
so
a fan
far.
of the game, said to me, "What you do now is more important than what you say. There's only one thing that's credible, and that's your actions."
In fact,
Exactly.
they were so slow to get this video out that they put out another patch the other day with ship salvaging,
Yeah,
ship
see?
upgrading, more advanced terrain editing, first-person exocross, improved VR, improved base building and inventory management, and quality of life stuff. It goes on. Is it perfect? Technically, there are still things on this spreadsheet missing. But come on now, we're starting to nitpick. Especially when you compare them to relationships with other games companies. They could have gone the route of Fallout 76. Paywall mods with Fallout First, charging a monthly fee, a downward spiral more and more into pay-to-win scraps released without QA testing. But instead, they never added pay-to-win. They never added microtransactions or paid DLC. They never made VR as a second game. They didn't give up on the game or scale their resources back to do it. They didn't come out and call all gamers entitled. They didn't add loot boxes. They didn't start work on the next big project or sequel. They didn't do much of anything except get back to work. And just like that, the game once panned by critics now had awards.
Yeah, see, that's what I
rolling in.
like. I think it's deserved that, especially with like them like owning up to it. I think that's like really amazing.
No Man's Sky.
And to cap it all off, the subreddit No Man's Sky the game even got together and pooled money for a GoFundMe to have a billboard installed near the Hello Games offices. It must have been a harrowing moment for Sean and the team. They took a huge risk to start a small studio. They clawed their
That's
way
what I like
to
about this
create one of the
company,
most
or
notable games of the
rather
console
this story as
generation.
well.
Disappointed
I
pretty much
really liked
everyone
it.
with the release, and took one of the
Integrity
biggest
should be rewarded?
online
Yes,
beatings in
definitely, without
video
a
game
doubt.
history for it.
As a family, post-release, we faced some really difficult challenges. Everything that you can imagine, from like the worst of the internet.
It's like when people are able to own up to
But
it
then
and
over
say,
the course
yeah,
of the
we
next
fucked
3
up.
years, completely turned it around.
It takes
Came out the other side
a lot of
with a win.
courage and
It's the
humility
underdog
to
story.
do that kind
And
of stuff.
after doing all of this research, I couldn't help but come to the conclusion that they were the good guys. So what is the future for Hello Games? In 2017, they announced Hello Labs, a support program focused on original titles and games using procedural generation. Two of the team also branched off to work on a small title called The Last Campfire. But for the foreseeable future, they're just working on No Man's Sky. Alright, I didn't want to finish the video on like a big sappy note. So, this is the end of the story, but there's still another few minutes. Don't leave, it's not an ad. Okay, in 2015, when the hype was at its peak, someone wrote a Sean Murray erotic fanfiction. And, naturally, I assumed that you lot would want to see it. So, here it is. My evening interview at Hello Games. I arrived at the Hello Games office in the early evening as the sun was approaching the horizon. Taking a deep breath, I nervously pressed the doorbell. The door opened, and Sean poked his expressive face out to greet me. "Hey you," he exclaimed in his adorable British-Australian accent. "I'm so happy you could make it and spend the evening with us." "I was so happy when I heard you agreed to let me come in for an interview," I said. "Oh yeah, the interview. I forgot," he replied with his usual brilliant humor. I laughed. "You're so funny, Sean. Let me show you my
You're so
office."
funny.
"I have a surprise for you," Sean said. He led me to the room where we sat down on a soft vinyl couch. "So let me show you the surprise," he said, softly. "It's the newest build of the game. We just added some new features." He booted up the game on a PS4 in his office. I stared at his face. I like your beard. It's sexy," I pretended to say to him in my head to myself. I had a secret crush on him. There was something about his humble demeanor and feeble yet handsome bone structure that was so alluring. So here's the game, he said eagerly. It opened on an alien world just calling out to be explored. I began to sweat. Here it finally was, in front of me in all of its glory, and it was being played by Sean in front of me in all of his glory. I nervously spoke. Could I try playing? I said. Oh, I suppose, of course, he said, chuckling. But another few minutes passed without him handing me the controls. Sean, I said more confidently. I put my hands on his hands as he gripped the controller. He looked me straight in the eyes. I stared deep into his beautiful, glistening eyes, utterly transfixed. Sure, he said. He let go of the PlayStation controller, still sweaty from his firm grip.
Ew.
I have another surprise to show you. He stood up. My...
Redacted.
He muttered. Yes, please, I said, blushing as red as the treetops of Aurea 5. He grabbed my shoulders, guiding me confidently towards the coffee table, like he confidently guides the Hello Games team towards the game's release. The one true Sean Murray, not that baby-faced loser asshole poser from NCIS. Made sweet, sweet love to me. I wasn't sure what I was more excited about. Finally,
Redacted.
Sean Murray, all finally playing No Man's Sky. After exploring the planet's surface, I entered my spaceship and took off. Just as I left the atmosphere and burst into the breathtaking expanse of space.
Redacted.
It was an out-of-world experience.
Do you guys want to do one more video? Look at all the work we got done. We're almost done.
He uttered sensually.
Oh,
as
no.
I turned, I saw Sean's avatar standing before me in a beautiful, procedurally generated spacesuit. Like what you see, he said. It's time, everybody, he shouted. I heard footsteps slowly enter from the cramped office. I soon saw many spacesuits appear before me in-game. But as they took off their helmets, I realized that they were all the same Sean Murray avatar. I was about to be
Redacted.
by a group of Sean Murrays, but they all had one difference.
Redacted.
Each piece
Redacted.
was different. There were wide ones, thin ones, long ones, curved ones. It was magical. As the Hello Games team began to
Redacted.
From somewhere in the room, I heard Sean whisper, "Every
Redacted.
procedural." Also, I did a thing on the second channel. Please
Let me go
do
hide
check it out. I thought it was
my
quite
screen
good.
real quick.
I love the videos on the second channel.
All kinds. Let's see. Which one should we do? Hmm. Oh gosh, this one. Okay, we'll do one more video. I suddenly need my VR sooner rather than later. For reasons. Okay, here we go. Okay.
If you found this tape, it means that everyone is dead. All
I
working at a
know,
different
Fallout
office.
76,
How did this
the
happen?
disaster.
Well, I'll tell you. Buckle up, buckaroos. Today's lesson is the misfired launch of Fallout 76. June 2018. It began with everyone getting just a little hyped up.
Have we waited long enough, guys?
Oh, God, yes, we have, Todd.
I think we have.
Fallout 76, Bethesda's biggest game yet. My god, it was exciting, and they promised we'd know more at E3. E3 hype time, the press conference. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail.
16 times the detail.
All new rendering, lighting, and landscape technology.
4 times the map size.
It is 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
Staring at the ground to move faster since it was tight to Oh my gosh. That's such a cheap thing.
November 14th, 2018. The game goes live with a day one patch of 50 gigabytes.
50 gigabytes?
I'll see you tomorrow. But once that's downloaded, people start logging into the hellscape that is Fallout 76. And oh dear lord, they never fix the bugs. And there are so many of them. Goodbye world, goodbye necks, goodbye body, goodbye heads, bugs, bugs, bugs everywhere. Server crashes, game crashes, old bugs imported from Fallout 4. Use more than one nuke at a time, server's dead. Textures far too texturous and all-consuming void. Error log 307. Can't pick up stuff, can't stop asserting dominance with a T-pose.
Hi,
frame
Daddy,
rate
welcome
problems,
back.
Screen tear problems, getting too swole, getting underneath the map, getting attacked by invisible enemies, spawning too many enemies.
It kind of speaks for itself.
Spawning too many god rays. Also, your camp resets after every session, and sometimes it goes underwater. Holotapes randomly play static, but too many holotapes mean none of them will play. Enemy AI is far more A than I. Animations are broken.
That was such a good
Surprise,
throwback right
floating
there.
objects and
More
attractive
A than
versions.
I would have never thought of something
Just
like
to name
that.
a few. Joseph Benson has a great video that documents just the ones that he found personally.
Then you have to
That
just
video
give
is
permission to
3
shoot someone
hours long.
once. I never played
it's
it.
worse.
I never bought it either.
There are
I was never
CE340
really into Fallout,
can
but
corrupt
like,
your data and force you to reinstall the game in
jeez.
console operating system. A few PC players had their computers brick entirely. Also, when the date rolled over to the 1st of January 2019, the nukes in the game stopped working altogether. No one thought it prudent to program in other years in an always online game. And a few players were straight up logging into other people's accounts. This guy had a level 78 character that was randomly replaced with a level 8 character. Bethesda said they couldn't do
That's
anything
such
about
a
it.
disaster.
And many players are not thrilled with this game, and they want
You can't just
Bethesda
snipe
to know
someone.
that.
Oh.
And they want everyone else to know that too. But Bethesda owns the platform. Is Fallout 76 fun?
Yes, it is. Banned for racism. Thread locked.
They
What?
had no direct outlet for their rage. The only solution was to put a torch to everything else. Reddit, Twitter, Bethesda's other games on Steam. The backlash was immense. But surely level heads would prevail. The reviewers would come out and say that the game isn't so bad. Oh dear lord, they hated it. This is so sad.
It's
Despacito,
still like a full
Player
price
Country
game,
Roads.
isn't it? If I recall. It's like $35 or something like that, isn't it? Oh, welcome back, Aaron.
And the YouTube community had this to say.
It's really fucking boring.
Could barely bring myself to play it in order to finish this review.
No one on staff wants to play any more of this video game. I'm not going to
ご機嫌うる
subject
らしゅ
myself to another 20, 30
Hi,
hours of this
thank you for the
fucking
follow.
mess.
I
In
hope you
short,
enjoy your
Fallout
stay.
76 is morally, technically, and creatively bankrupt.
The mods on Bethesda forums were working overtime. The mods on Reddit almost gave up. Look, I'm not saying that some people didn't enjoy
Microsoft
and have
owns
fun with this game.
Bethesda.
But what I am saying is that
Things
the
are changing.
Metacritic was
Hopefully.
really funny to read. So what happened? Well, it
Am I
came
going to
out
be
that
making the whole thing in Pro
development
Builder,
was
or will you
hugely
be blendering?
rough.
I
The
usually
deadlines
just
were
make
tight.
everything in Pro Builder.
Too tight. Plus, this wasn't Bethesda's 18.
Part of it is
It's actually
because
a relatively inexperienced
I also do
division
coding
based in
side of
Austin,
stuff,
and the scope
and
of the
I'm
game
just too lazy
kept
to
getting bigger.
constantly
need
import and
distant
re-import
weather
stuff
systems.
in
Hey
Blender.
Todd, I stayed up all night and I just
We're
finished
gonna
the
need
TBH on a
16
stack.
times the
But I'm really
detail.
good with my
Hey,
optimization,
Todd,
so I don't have to worry
no
about
more.
that.
We're gonna need 4 times the size of Fallout 4.
That, and they were trying to
4
patchwork
times
the
the
old
size.
Bethesda creation engine into a multiplayer framework. What else could you expect?
That's why I give my kids
Fallout 76.
a full
Now, Bethesda could tolerate the bugs and the bad reviews and the irate players, but what they couldn't tolerate were the exploits. Infinite inventory, infinite invisibility. The frame rate was tied to the game speed, so people were going a lot faster
Oh,
than they
there it
should.
is.
Server hopping for more items, infinite cache and infinite duplication, unlimited XP, unlimited nuking. The nuclear codes were unencrypted and you could wall clip into the quest room. And someone was given the curse of infinite invincibility. Naturally, this can really mess with other players' online experience. So Bethesda was ready, with the ban hammer and a blindfold to wildly flail around and take down anyone who happened by. But Bethesda wasn't satisfied with just banning people. No, they're a progressive company with big ideas. They wanted to give a road to redemption. So support sent out this email to players caught cheating. We would be willing to accept an essay on why the use of third-party cheat software is detrimental to an online game community. That's right, 500 words on why you're a very naughty boy, and they may just give you...
Chat, are you Nazi?
But a couple
Oh
of
my
days
goodness,
later,
I will
multiple
have to
news outlets
punish
caused
you
them to
now.
reconsider this approach. One more exploit. In all the Bethesda games, there's a dev room. Every item in the game is kept here. Security has to be top-notch, because otherwise, someone could just waltz in and take all of the best items of the game, and it would be an absolute disaster. Well, shit. Of course, Bethesda wasn't equipped to deal with the issue.
I wonder why they
People
had a
started flooding in,
dev room like
taking the
that.
best items in the
Did
game,
they
then
did they
selling
ever
those items
explain
on
why
black
they had a
market
dev
of
room
sorts.
to begin with?
At first, they tried the usual approach.
So
Banning people
sometimes
who had some of the best items in the game. You spent 700 hours just to get the best gun? Die, cheater. Next, they put in a system where players would get tagged if they ever entered the room, and they banned those players. That wasn't much better because people would just start using Smurf accounts. Get in quick with a level 1 account. Get all that good shit. Then get the fuck out. Then use a duplication glitch to get a ton more of those items. Then transfer that stuff to your main account and you're good to go. Bethesda then takes out this level 1 and calls it mission accomplished. And you've just beaten the game. So the problem continued. Bethesda is running out of ideas to solve it. There's a lot
I like
of
how he says
speculation
it,
in the media and among players
Bethesda.
about how exactly people are getting in, but no one except for the exploiters knows for sure. That said, Bethesda needs to act fast before it ruins the economy of the game. So they wrote another email and sent it out to the Smurfs. Hello, Cheetah. Do you want to tell us how you did it, and we might unban you, please? Should we not hear back from you, the account will simply remain suspended. It's not known whether this approach worked, but from what I've seen, it's still possible to get into the dev room. November 22nd, 2018.
Something that the engineer is in
Just a
order to
week
have
after the
something in
release,
summer
the
and the
game
world they need
goes
to
on
have it in a
discount
room or something.
from 60
That's so
to $40
weird.
to 35 to 30.
I wonder why it worked like
You
that.
can find it for 15
I
on
won't
eBay,
know.
and in Germany they're straight up giving it for free when you buy a PlayStation controller. Also, some stores are just zip tying it to other products. But to Bethesda, it's worth selling the thing at a price close to zero, because it brings people into the atomic shop, which is where the real margins are, and it inflates the poor sales figures. Let's have a look at those. The latest figures show 76 sold less than a sixth of what Fallout 4 did. Not good. There's also been a massive oversupply of hard copies. Although what's the point of a hard copy when the thing is just a cardboard disc telling you to redeem an online code? And while sales are low, returns
GTA
are
games?
high.
Oh,
Immediately
I
upon
think I
release,
remember
people began
them.
asking Bethesda for a refund. 76 is not on Steam, it's on Bethesda's own platform.
I kind of
So
want to
they
Google
have
it
all
later
control.
on my off time.
If players only played the game for a few hours,
So
they
I'm so
generally
curious about
would
it.
get their money back. However, it came out that people were sometimes getting refunds after a full 24 hours of play. Quite generous. But then word about this spread to forums. Then to Reddit, and a post got 12,500 upvotes informing people that this made pretty much everyone eligible for a refund, and the comments told them exactly how to do it. Bethesda was flooded with requests for refunds. And their response? Shut it down, lads. No, no one gets a refund now. Everyone
No.
go home. Show's over. Robot customer service man engage.
Customers who have downloaded the game are not eligible for a refund. We apologize for the inconvenience. Die.
A few things followed. First, people got mad.
One of my biggest
One
issues with
hardcore
Pro
gamer
Better
even
is how
trashed a
snapping
GameStop for
constantly
refusing
shifts
his
things and never seems consistent. How do you handle it? What do you mean exactly?
A bit of an overreaction.
Like shifts
but
things?
probably also fake.
I've never had an
Second,
issue with
the
that. I
media-
combine everything afterwards. The song.
And third, a class action lawsuit. Their inconsistent refund policy and terms of service may not be strictly legal. November 27th, 2018. Miglatio and Rathod LLP filed a class action suit on behalf of customers. Media quickly picked up on that. Their main argument is that it's a sometimes unplayable game owing to its technical problems, then they're refusing refunds, and that Bethesda is engaged in a strategy to release it anyway, and then
shit.
slowly patch their way into a more playable
Oh,
state.
that's why.
Updates on this lawsuit is slow,
I just have
so I'll
to
keep you informed on the
delete
second channel.
Actually, I have
Ad
to
time.
optimize this anyway.
Look, there's a meteor headed straight to Earth. Oh
Oh
my god.
no.
We must do something. Was anyone curious enough to read about it online? Not me. Not me either. Nope. Oh no.
Oh
now
no.
people think I'm dumb and I have died a virgin.
Going to your class, keep having fun, I get. Thank you. Thanks for
Don't let
dropping by.
this happen to
I find
you.
that the
Get
vertexes will
curiosities.
kind of change
It's a
the
streaming
snapping
platform
grid.
with some of the best documentaries
and
and
objects based on
non-fiction
them.
from around the world. Partial nudity?
Mislines.
Maybe if you look hard
Oh,
enough. But more importantly,
the top
most
left, if you
arousing
can
thing
see
of
my
all,
mouse.
knowledge.
Keep your
Works for
your
roses,
snapping
Android,
values
et cetera, et
consistent.
cetera. It works on everything, okay? Science, nature, history.
Because when you change your snapping values, it changes your grid alignment as well. So usually what I do is I go by fives
and non-fiction series.
to
Use the
avoid
promo
that
code
kind of
Internet
issue
Store during
from
the sign-up
happening.
process to get the first 30 days
That would be
free,
my
then
best
cancel
advice.
any time.
So I usually stick with if I'm doing something really large,
I bought a lifetime supply of
I'll
toilet paper thinking
keep
I was saving money, but then I left it out
I'll
in the
keep
rain
the
and
item
crows
to
got it,
like
and now I'm back to square one. Please.
0.1.
CuriosityStream.com/internet story. Ads over.
Yeah,
Just
so
rewind
like
a little bit.
your
All
stuff
our
would only
fans
get
made their
misaligned if
pre-orders,
you
and the most dedicated
are
pre-ordered the Power Armor Edition.
messing with
Wow.
Why is
It
it
came
like
with
that?
a helmet, box, map, army toys, and a genuine West Tech canvas bag. Fast forward to the release, and customers notice that their precious bags.
I'll show you what I
supposed to be
mean.
made of the finest canvas and bland.
Let me just finish this.
Look a bit different.
Is it this one?
In
It
fact,
is, okay.
it looks like a carry bag the real bag should come in. Did they really just advertise one thing and deliver another? You can't do that. So there was a surge of backlash, and people began emailing Bethesda, asking for refunds, asking for answers. By this point, customer service is absolutely over it. They are done with the facade, and they send this email in response.
Hello. We are sorry that you aren't happy with the bag. The bag shown
Okay,
in the media was
so-
a prototype and was too expensive to make. We aren't
Okay.
planning on doing anything about it.
That's the
So
whole
right
email.
now, for
Staff at
example,
Bethesda aren't even hiding their contempt
you can
anymore.
see.
Naturally,
We'll
the
use my
internet
model for
goes
example.
wild.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The alignment.
Wow. Wow. Well, I got so mad.
So if you were to
Shaved
change
everything
the
off my
snapping
face.
value to like
Okay,
say
guys, this is a bit
0.3,
of a PR nightmare. We have to quell the outrage.
this
What do
completely
we do?
changes.
Well, we've got this in-game currency.
Or I'm using like
Let's just
0.1,
give them the
but
minimum amount of that. Fantastic idea.
see your snapping value right here.
Anyone who paid
See
$200 to
these blue
$300
lions?
for the Power Armor
That would
Edition
be your
is
issue right
hereby
there.
entitled
Why
to
your
$5
values
worth
are,
of in-game
or why
currency.
your
Then you'll be
snapping
able to
is
spend
changing. So if you
500
do like
atoms.
34,
Fuck yeah. What are you gonna do with your atoms? I'm gonna buy
so that
5
even
18s
though
of the
this is
white
your
pink version
your
of the Power
intersection,
Armor. Whoa! What about you? Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate.
I use
Fuck the bag. He's right. Fuck
0.125.
the bag. Light wood laminate, light wood laminate, light wood laminate.
Those are really small range numbers.
Of course, this was
I'd say go
Bethesda's fantasy
bigger.
of what would happen.
The
What
issue
really
is
happened
your
is
numbers
further
are
outrage,
way too
and even the
small.
media started piling on.
I'd say like use 0.05 or 0.1 again.
It even became part of that
But
class
yeah,
action
your
lawsuit
snapping
earlier.
values are
Bethesda
way
put out a
too
tweet
small.
apologizing for their curt customer service and gave a different excuse for why they didn't make the bags.
I'd
A
recommend
shortage of
using
material,
just
apparently.
like 0.5, or
It was
if you really need to,
because it turns
0.05
out
or 0.01.
they did make the
But
cat
usually try to stay away
except
from
they
triple
gave them
digits,
all out
especially since you're
to
using
influencers.
quad numbers
Oh
like
dear. It's not the same
0.065.
wine, but it's sourced
At
from
that point,
ever
you're
scarce
being
material,
super accurate,
canvas.
which is
But
not
what's
what you
more
want.
amusing
You
is that
want
it
to
turns out
have
there is a canvas bag
your edges
in
and
the
your
game.
vertices
If
in
you
a
don the placements out,
generalized,
which of course can
like,
be found at the Atom Shop for 700 atoms. Ooh,
in a
just short.
generalized like space. That's
Well,
not
the
like
bleating from the
that
online
it can
community
snap to,
continued,
not
and
like
Bethesda's
snap to
lawyers
very
realized there would be
hyper
trouble, so they
specific.
decided to capitulate. All right,
So
fine.
I would
We'll make
say
you a
that would be your
precious fucking
issue.
bag. If
You
you
are
want to claim
going
it,
way
you'll have
too
to fill out this
specific,
form with your name,
like
personal details,
going
address,
to
etc.,
triples
etc. And we'll ship out the
and
bag to you
4
in 4
digits.
to 6 months. But it doesn't quite end there. Because Bethesda is known for bugs, and of course their website is a buggy mess too. Turns out all of the customer support inquiries are unsecure and open to the public. In fact, people can open and close and change them at will.
Do you think this
Listed
is too much
details of full
doors?
legal names, phone numbers, home addresses, and more. If you've
I think
requested
I might
your
have
canvas
added too
bag,
much.
you've just been doxxed. Not knowing how to
Hi,
immediately fix the
XCon.
problem, Bethesda panics and temporarily shuts
I'm
down
back.
the
I
whole
hate programming.
website. And that is the tale
Welcome
of
back.
the Duffel kerfuffle. How could this have been so difficult? They made one for New Vegas. One last piece of merch, a rum drink.
I guess this is okay.
Nuka-Cola Dark. Pre-orders available in September. Shipped out on November 14th. $80 plus postage.
I guess it
and
just
handling.
feels like a lot because I'm not used
cheap.
to action
But in
stuff
return,
looking
you got
so.
a very cool boodle.
How do I
Looks good
explain
on the
this?
shelf. A great conversation piece with the family over Thanksgiving.
Detailed?
Or at least it would have been. November 14th came and went, and there was no rum. Okay.
I can have
a week
open
later,
ones?
on November 21st, an email comes through.
I know what you
There's a
mean,
delay.
but
Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard, they say.
there's nothing inside.
The usual Fallout standard.
The usual Fallout standard.
All of this just works. Things aren't up to the usual Fallout standard. So we'll have it for you soon. No specific date given.
1 week later.
Nothing. Then on December 5th, another email. Good news. We
Music?
start shipping on December 12th. It's been nearly 3 months since
I'll
you
check after
pre-ordered,
this.
but as a show of good faith, we made this promotional video for you. And this is where things went from tardy to retardy. Right there. Did you catch that? That's just a regular industry bottle and a plastic shell. We paid $80 and waited a quarter of a year for a plastic shell? People were not happy. Look at that ratio. Nothing in the marketing said that it was a plastic shell. Super premium, we were promised. And the media agreed. People began cancelling their orders. Silver Screen tries to convince people that it's not cheap and shitty. It actually costs us twice as much to make the plastic one than the glass one. And what the fuck? We spent 100 hours coding the design. Convincing stuff.
Coding the design?
So it
I've
arrives
never heard of
just a
that
few days
before.
before
Coding the
Christmas.
design.
The rum is about the quality you'd expect.
Like, are they using a CAD to do it?
Swear on this, it's my own show.
Worse is the design. The oversized lip means liquid can pour inside the shell.
Pour because how they made this damn thing. Spilled like half the shot.
Very dribbly.
So you're best off opening the whole thing up to prevent spilling. If you do that, there's a good chance that you'll snap the flimsy plastic. Any liquid will immediately ruin this cheap paper sticker. Some made their own at home and the quality was about on par. But look, if you do want a decent version of this product, there are reputable sellers of them. They're on Etsy. They're far cheaper and they actually give a shit. Not gonna lie though, some of the memes that came out of this were pretty good. Now, many claim that this was an honest mistake.
Sorry.
Or that
Sorry.
customers were at fault for misinterpreting ambiguous marketing. I disagree. All of the marketing shows other glass items. All of the mock-ups show something more akin to frosted glass than plastic. They give plenty of descriptions of the product too, and not once do they mention plastic. And they were engaged in a bunch of other tomfuckery as well. Before the product was even available, they flooded their own product reviews with a bunch of 5 stars. This raised some eyebrows, and people
That
on
is
Reddit
so
even called them out for
yikes.
it, so they deleted them. You can see all this activity on the Wayback Machine. Now, if they're happy to deceive people in this way, it seems silly to give them the benefit of the doubt about the glass. It's also worth quickly talking about the Bethesda merch store. Some of these items are pretty neat. That's cool. Good idea. Odd that. Fallout 76 pant. Singular.
Pant.
Why is he so mad? The photography is all just slightly off. This gaudy jacket was mocked relentlessly on social media.
Guys want
But does
some
the
pants?
$76 and $276 really make it more immersive? And why did they just toss it on the ground? And it comes in this crumpled up toddler body bag. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars in merch and you don't have an eye on? Why is she wearing the size XXL? She's clearly not happy about it. But who looked at this and said, good job, print? Now that's surprising. And what the fuck? They made the bottle properly. Yeah, one of those, please. But bigger and brown. Is that so hard? Let's get back to the game. December 2018. There are 2 new patches released that caused quite a stir. First, the good. For PC, they included a number of quality of life improvements, including push to talk.
You jerk.
But it also brought in field of view sliders. Hooray! Increased stash capacity from 400 pounds to 600 pounds, and a small buff to automatic weapons. Hooray! They decreased the carry weight of bobby pins so it no longer took up 10 to 20% of people's inventory.
I got a box of bobby pins the other week that said weigh these.
Upgrades to the camp that allowed for easier construction and a bunch of bug
that
fixes.
joke.
Hooray. The bad. A whole bunch of unannounced stealth nerfs. They generally made the game grindier. Ammo production was decreased. Fusion cores burnt out faster. Legendary enemies spawned less frequently.
On guard, I'll fuck you up.
And the backlash was significant because everybody knew why Bethesda was doing it. To encourage people to use the Atomic Shop. And let's talk briefly about that store. Some of the prices are outrageous. A Christmas tree for $12.
$12 for an in-game Christmas tree. That's a full Taco Bell meal, by the way.
$3 for the same sweater vest and slacks item imported from Fallout 4. But the biggest offense of all was the holiday emote bundle. $24 for some Christmas-themed emotes. Twice the price of these games. The media agreed that these were egregious prices. But worse, they're engaged in some deceiving marketing practices too. Oh look, it's marked down half price. But it's not. It was released half price. They're artificially jacking up the price, only to then give it a fake limited time discount in order to create a sense of urgency.
Yikes.
That's illegal. Here in Australia at least, in Canada, and in the EU. Reddit quickly picked up on this and pointed it out. Bethesda reacted by scrapping the discount and just setting it as the always intended price. Okay, it's been about 25 minutes of whining now, so I'm just going to leave it here. I didn't even get a chance to touch on the new pay-to-win fiasco. The new camera item that lets you teleport, dwindling player numbers. But on the flip side, they're also adding new content and improving the game over time. Heck, No Man's Sky was a surprising comeback. So, maybe Bethesda can do it too.
No. There's
But
no
for
way.
now, Todd returns to cryostasis, hiding in his bunker until the bombs of outrage stop falling.
Hearing that sound reminds me
And
of
returning only when it's time.
one of the Command and Conquer
get our hopes
games,
up
or like an RTS
once
game.
again.
I forgot which one.
CuriosityStream.com/internethistorian.
A StarCraft sound, yes. Thank you,
Quite a
thank
good
you.
Rapist, if you will. So I'm going to say all these names for you from the credits as fast as I possibly can in time with the scrolling. Here we
Okay,
go. One
I think
take.
this should be good.
Just deal Miles Millican, Justin Rowland, with Steve Rizzo, Drudders, Indigo Zero.
All right, chat. I think I'm gonna end for now.
Jordan Prince, Dr. Tex, Papa Spicy, Peter, Tef, Edgy Kid X, Bryce, Toilet.
Oh wait, I need to see this
Nate
video
Odenkirk,
real quick.
But Sonya Waffles, Krabby. If you want to get read by the rapist, then why don't you head over?
What is the song? This is the MCA say. Oh shit. Okay, okay. I'll let the song finish first. Okay, okay. What the fuck? Damn. That was pretty good. Wait, also, wait. Slash gigarots. Boom! I've seen you around often. Alright, chat. I'm gonna send you to. Already forgot to type in English. I'm gonna send you guys to Mega, okay? So I'll see you guys next year. Thanks for hanging out with me today, and pretty much yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed watching the start of a new map actually. So if you've noticed as well, I've been making stuff from scratch as of late. They're not the best entirely all the time, but it's a work in progress. So I'll probably be working on this a little bit later off stream, but yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you guys enjoyed being able to see the start of a new map while we watched videos as well. So yeah. That being said, I think I will send you guys over now. For a raid message, I guess we could say either we can put the I box, or we can put I love no one's no man's one. Can we just do no man's one? I like that. No man's one raid. It's so stupid, but I love it. Alright, chat. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.